Good evening and welcome to Rialto Unified School District regular meeting of the Board of Education, April the 9th, 2025 at Dr. John Casaluna Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Any individual who requires disability-related accommodation or modification, including auxiliary aids and services, in order to participate in the board meeting should contact Superintendent Designee in writing. Call to order, 5:30 open session. And now we're going to move to closed session as approved by law. The following items for discussion and consideration at closed session of the board meeting: public employee, employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees, government code section 54957, student expulsion, reinstatement, expulsion, enrollment, conference with labor negotiator, agent, designated representative, Dr. Judy White, interim superintendent, lead personnel agent, Rhonda Kramer, Roxanne Dominguez, and Armando Ortega, personnel services, employee organization, California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, CSEA, Rialto, Education Association, REA, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D and or D3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation, number of potential claims 1. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of section 54956.9. See Rialto Unified School District claim number 212210. Review liability claim number 242518. Review liability claim number 242520. Comments on closed session agenda. Any person wishing to speak on any items on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We have no speakers at this time.
Okay. All in favor, moving into closed session?
Actually, can we have a motion in a second, President Lewis?
Did we?
I'll
Did I
make a
cast
motion.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
And the time is 5:33. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, so we have a motion for adjournment out of closed session.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We reconvene at 7:12. Okay, now tonight we have a special. Tonight we have a special presentation, but first let's welcome Lena M. Preston Elementary School third grader, Rodolph Zela, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Please stand up. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Time for the Panther Creed. Huh? Oh, I am a panther. I am a winner. A winner never quits. A quitter never wins.
You're going to have to tell us and let us repeat. Go slow.
Huh?
I am a panther.
Oh, I am a panther.
I am a panther.
I am a winner.
I am a winner.
A winner never quits.
A winner never quits.
A quitter never wins.
A quitter never wins.
I always follow directions.
I always follow directions.
Stay on task.
Stay on task.
And remain calm when I disagree.
And remain calm when I disagree.
I am respectful.
I am respectful.
Oh no. No, it's because I don't like doing it slower, else I forget. Oh no, this is bad.
Well, that is perfect. Now we're going to welcome the talented Panther dancers. That's so cute. Elementary School, led by Ms. Laura McGuire, third grade class, representing Fitness Results Dance. Take it away, Panthers. See this?
Ain't nobody gonna ruin it. Yeah, I'm gonna have a good day today. Ain't nobody gonna ruin it. Said I'm gonna have a good day today. Ain't nobody gonna ruin it. Yeah, I'm gonna have a good day today. Ain't nobody gonna ruin it. Good day, good day, good day, good day. Yeah, that's right. You ain't gonna ruin my day. Can't nobody ruin my day today. Good day, good day. Can't ruin my day. Can't ruin my day. Said I'm gonna do my thing today. Do your thing. Ain't nobody gonna ruin it. Yeah, I'm gonna do my thing today. Do your thing. Ain't nobody gonna ruin it. Yeah, I'm gonna do my thing today. What you doing? That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna do my thing today. All day and all night. Come on. Yeah, it's rockin'. PJ Pan, I got the living room poppin'. Yeah, throw a party, make it hot, man. Let me see you dance, dance, dance. No stopping. Yeah, ooh, it's rockin'. PJ Pan, I got the living room poppin'. Yeah, it's a party, make it hot, and let me see you dance, dance, dance. Not stopping. Cause I'm gonna have a good day today. That's right. Ain't nobody gonna ruin it.
A huge thank you to our students. I'm going to have a good night. Yeah. Teacher, Ms. McGuire, principal, Ms. Erica Bennett, assistant principal, Mr. David Yang, fitness results dance, and all our amazing families for being here tonight to support our students and staff. It makes a difference. They were amazing. Next, we have a report out of closed session.
Yes, the report out of closed session, the Board of Education denied the request for an unpaid leave of absence with benefits per Education Code 45195 for classified employee number 2832925 from May 3rd, 2025 through November 3rd, 2025. The roll call vote was as follows. Dr. Lewis, no. Joseph Martinez, aye. Edgar Montes, aye. Evelyn Dominguez, aye. Takira Williams, aye. The Board of Education accepted the administrative appointment of Josue Valdez, Director, Technology Systems. The roll call vote was as follows by unanimous vote. In closed session, the Board of Education approved the settlement agreement for certificated grievance number 24-25-01. The roll call vote was unanimous. In closed session, the Board of Education approved the settlement of Superior Court of California, County of San Bernardino, case number CIVSB 2210212, in exchange for a full release of all liabilities. Motion by Lewis, seconded by Montez. The vote was unanimous. That concludes the report out.
Thank you. Do we have adoption of the agenda motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, vote by board members. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, presentation.
From DSAC, Rialto High School, Gabriela Rodriguez.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Honorable Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. I am Gabriela Rodriguez, ASB Vice President, with Crystal Magana, ASB President, and Caitlin Streff, ASB Ambassador, and we are from Rialto High School, the home of the Knights. We take pride in celebrating all of our student body. Our counseling and Renaissance leadership teams hosted a ceremony before spring break to recognize the top 25 students from each class. The top 25 juniors will serve as our honor court at the commencement ceremony leading our seniors in graduation. Our third annual Rubathon brought together 132 students from 22 teams representing 19 schools across 11 districts and 2 counties. Supported by 40 RHS student volunteers, 15 parent and teacher volunteers, and 12 judges. The event drew over 150 family members and volunteers for a day of creativity and engineering fun. Thank you to Mr. Kingdom who coached our team. The persistence and determination highlight the values we try to instill in our students. On March 22nd, 2 groups of Mesa students spent their first Saturday of spring break competing in the Inland Empire Regional Sea Perch Competition at UC Riverside. The groups had to write technical design report and compete in 2 underwater challenges, a high-speed obstacle course and a mission course that involved opening doorways and moving numerous objects between platforms as quickly as possible. Competing against 17 other high school teams, our teams performed exceptionally well, bringing home 3 first-place trophies. Thank you. Team members Randy Gomez, Adrian Estrada, and Isaac Perez claimed first place in both the obstacle course and overall competition and have earned a spot to compete at the International Sea Perch Challenge at the University of Maryland at the end of May. Wish them luck as they take on this exciting opportunity. Rialto High School CTE students had an unforgettable night at their RUSD CTE Gala, celebrating the completion of their pathways in style. The evening was filled with music, dancing, and well-deserved recognition for their hard work. Our night showed up dressed to impress and left with lasting memories. Our juniors have started their state testing, with the strong progress of CAS at 98% and LPAC at 97% completion. This week, we began our English cycle, which will be followed by math and AP exams in May. We are wishing our Knights the best of luck and are completely confident they will excel in all subjects. As senior season is upon us, we look forward to celebrating all of our accomplishments of our graduating class of 2025. On April 30th, we will honor the academic success of our class of 25 distinguished scholars who have maintained a 4.0 and above, all 4 years of high school.
Wow.
Thank you. Then we have our Senior Awards Night on May 8th, which will recognize all of our honor roll and above academic success, our state seal recipients for biliteracy and civic engagement, scholarship awards, and more. We are so excited to see where our seniors will go out to college and what they will pursue after their time at Rialto. As you can see, we have a lot to celebrate and honor at Rialto High School. We plan to continue the momentum of building up and highlighting our students and staff while striving for academic brilliance. Before I sign out, please help me wish a happy birthday to my favorite and Rialto's favorite ASB President, Crystal Magana.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Crystal!
Keep the lights on, Knights. Thank you.
Thank you.
From Eisenhower High School, Isaac Alejandre.
Good evening. Sorry, guys. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Lewis, distinguished members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Isaac Alejandre, and I have a great honor of speaking to you here tonight and representing Eisenhower High School. I'm so excited to be here and share some of the fascinating things that have happened and are going to happen at our wonderful school and home of the Eagles. Let's start things off with our amazing spring sports. Our spring teams have started off their seasons very strong, and most recently our baseball team has faced against Colton High School at the San Manuel Stadium, and we even had Joe Baca Jr. throughout the first pitch. Our choir performers have also started their competition season off strong as well at multiple competitions. Please be sure to come check out their spring concert on May 9th and 10th at our wonderful Eisenhower Theater. On March 13th, we also hosted our annual Distinguished Scholars Gala at Sierra Lakes. At this event, we recognized over 63 distinguished scholars, seniors with 4.0 GPAs and above. It was a beautiful night, filled with acknowledgments, excitement, and most importantly, family. These seniors worked very hard over their 4 years at Ike, and it was this night that we finally were able to recognize their hard work. And on March 18th, we hosted our first ever half-cap ceremony. This is a ceremony for all sophomores who are on track to graduate, as well as recognize those who are also 8th through G eligible. This is a new exciting event for Eisenhower that we are very proud of. Coming up, we are excited to host our last pep rally of the year on April 25th, followed by prom, with the theme being A Night for the Ages, the following Saturday on April 26th. Please come join us for our spring drama production of Mean Girls on April 23rd, 24th, or 25th. Once again, thank you all for your time. I'm Isaac Alejandre, representing Eisenhower High School, where we continue to maintain our legacy of excellence.
Third from Myler High School, Jordan McCree.
Greetings, Board President Dr. Lewis, Vice President Martinez, Board of Education, the Internship Superintendent Dr. Judy D. White, and the Innovation Team, and of course the viewing audience that we have right here. My name is Jordan Matthew Acree, and I stand before you as a representative for DSAC of Myler High School and Zupanik Virtual Academy. I would love to share some exciting news from Myler High School and Zupanik Virtual Academy. I am thrilled to announce that Myler High School finished quarter 3. Guess what? 24 graduates are already out here. Already. You never know where they're going to go. I mean, I know some students are going to go in the military, college, and honestly, coming from me, I am very proud of them. Very. In March, Myler held its first PBIS student store, which students were able to purchase items of their choice using the PBIS tickets they earned for their positive behaviors, such as like being respectful, responsible, safe, and focused. Many students took advantage of this opportunity, which was a pleasure to see. Even myself, I took advantage of this. I got many items from the store. Man, I got me some water bottles. Man, shoot, I even got a gift card, man. Like, man, who doesn't love an In-N-Out gift card, man? I'm telling you. But real quick, today our students had an opportunity to learn about drones from a presentation and will soon learn to fly on their own. So I was actually in the little presentation, and I can really say it was very, very intriguing. Throughout my 17 years of being on this earth, I can really honestly say that it was very interesting. It's something I would look forward to doing this upcoming year, really. In conclusion, I would love to remind everyone that we are Myler and Zupanik Virtual Academy, where our PBIS beliefs are being focused. I am so sorry. Our PBIS beliefs are being responsible, respectful, focused, and safe, and defining our school culture. We are committed to fostering an environment where our students can thrive. Thank you so much for your attention, and this is why Marlar High and ZVA are number one.
Yeah. All right.
And finally, from Carter High School, Amaya Bolton.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. I'm Amaya Bolton, ASB President for Carter High School, and this past month, Carter has been participating in various successful and diverse activities. Right before spring break, we hosted our annual Distinguished Scholars Celebration, which honored 52 seniors with the 4.0 GPA or higher for all 4 years of high school, including our valedictorian, Eric Colander, with the 4.88 GPA, and our salutatorian, Tito Duran Villegas, with the 4.81 GPA.
Yes.
Congratulations to senior Joanna Ruiz and junior Isabella Gallegos for completing the 26.2 Los Angeles Marathon in March. These two hardworking students started their training all the way back in September to accomplish their goal. This was Isabella's first marathon, while it was Joanna's fourth. We are extremely proud of both of these hardworking students. Our track team participated at the San Diego Mesa College Invitational, in which both the girls and boys 4x400 relay teams were the overall champions at the meet. Junior Alex Escuera was the 800-meter champion, and Michaela Traylor was a double champion by winning both the 100 and 300 hurdle races. Congratulations to our speech and debate team for advancing to the state semifinals. Junior Sadie Gufos also advanced to the state championships. We're super excited to be cheering both of them on.
Yes.
The results are in for the Mesa Southern Regional Competition, and Carter High School did an amazing job. The students in various competitions placed either first, second, or third, and for the first time in Carter history, we have 4 students moving on to the state competition in San Jose on May 17th.
Wow.
ASB will be hosting our last pep rally of the year. We will be recognizing our spring athletes and having multiple student performances. The theme is Universal Studios. We joined forces with Special Services and participated in the Spirit Week for Autism Awareness Month. Today we wore blue in support of autism awareness, and you may join in tomorrow with Born to Stand Out Thursday by wearing bold, bright colors, our tie-dye to embrace individuals and celebrate neurodiversity. And on Friday is Team Up for Autism by wearing your favorite sports/jersey team to show your support for individuals with autism. Lions Pride Theater Company is thrilled to announce that our spring play, Beauty and the Beast by Max Bush, is opening this week. Come out and see the enchanting original tale that inspired the Disney classic movie and musical. Experience the magic of fairies, cursed princes, spoiled sisters, and true love. Beauty and the Beast opens April 10th at 7 p.m., followed by shows on April 11th at 7 p.m. and April 12th with 2 performances, one at 2 p.m. and another at 7 p.m. Student tickets are $5, while general admission tickets are $10. Tickets can be purchased through GoFan or at the door. We hope to see you all there. Thank you for your time and the opportunity of allowing me to share the amazing things happening at Carter High School. And on behalf of all of us at Carter, we hope you have a great rest of your night, and don't forget to roar.
Thank you so much, District Student Advisory Committee. And next, we will have our safety update, and we will have our introduce our guest for us.
Good afternoon, Board President Dr. Lewis, board members, innovation team, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Norberto Perez, and I'm the lead agent of Expanded Learning Programs and Safety Innovation. Today, I'll be presenting an update on safety as well as a transition plan. I'm going to introduce the team. Currently, we have Mr. Mike Medina that he will be giving a little bit more of who he is, so I won't steal his thunder. But also present with me is our safety supervisor, Mr. Victor Ramirez. So the first one is about just some safety initiatives and updates. The safety team has had a trainer or trainers presentation where they went and got trained so they could be a trainer or trainers for our department. We now have a team that would actually start training our in-house. The next one is the increase of 4 new crossing guard positions. These crossing guards serve as floaters. If and when we have a need in terms of having coverage, we have them available. The next one is the installation of Stop the Bleed kits at all school sites and service areas. These kits become super important in an event. They are basically kits that have up to 14 kits in case they are needed and for a Stop the Bleed situation. The next one is safety officer utility belt metal detectors. Every officer is being trained on how to utilize one and carry one at all times. Not only are they just carrying it, but they're getting some training on how to utilize it and when to utilize it. The next one is the officer data log database. We're in the initial stages of development on this piece. This is basically what allow us to have a unified system where we have some reporting of our officers if and when there is an incident. I went too fast. Safety officer protocols, revision of a 10-8 in service. So basically, we revamp our system of checking in for officers when they are on ground, ready to provide service. This has been disseminated through a memo that all officers are now bound to follow. The next one is safety services organizational chart. So we've revamped the organizational chart in order to place our safety officers where they're needed, give us a bigger picture of where and when the necessity is needed. The next one is active recruitment for safety officers. We continually have a recruitment with the personnel services to ensure that we have our positions filled. The next one is one that I'm super happy about. We have now an additional 13 new safety officers that are coming on board to help with our school. Thank you. As well as an additional of 1 new safety supervisor, because due to the fact that we have 13 new officers that will be coming on board, we're going to need another supervisor. That one would also be in place. The next one is actually another one that I'm super happy about. It's from the UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, NESI, National Education of School Safety Initiative. We will have school administrators participate in a mandated training for all administrators. That means that every single principal and every single assistant principal will need to go through this training to learn about safety initiatives, safety processes, and protocols if and when an emergency arises. And the last pieces on the safety initiatives and updates is the crisis interventions de-escalation trainings. Originally, the safety services area had 5 Saturday trainings that we offered. We then offered a January virtual introductory training course to the entire district. Based on that, we recently have added 5 more Saturday trainings. These trainings are now being filled with the capacity of our teachers, and every single slot is currently filled, and we're waiting for next year to start a new session again. And now for the transition of safety services. So the job description for Chief Safety and Security has been revised to reflect the needs of the district. It is currently now posted and is being flown. And the next one is the district will be contracting with Cornerstone HR Consulting, which is Mr. Mike Medina and his team, that as I introduce him in the next slide, to give you a little bit of his background and his work. I am excited to have him on board, to have a different filter, different eyes, to help us look at some safety initiatives and some recommendations that we could do as a district. Mr. Mike Medina and his team will be helping us with school safety walks. We will be visiting every single school site to identify any safety concerns that we may see, safety initiatives from the district, and lastly, safety professional development. And without further ado, let me present Mr. Mike Medina so he can introduce himself. Mr. Medina.
Hello, good evening, distinguished board members, Dr. White, community members, staff, and students. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Mike Medina. Miguel, this is my formal name. I come originally from New Mexico. I have a wide array of experience when it comes to how much time I spent in the K-12 system, and especially surrounding the school safety and operations type work. And so I have a good blueprint of what that might look like to be supportive and helpful as we speak to everybody involved all of our officers, our staff members, our team. Robert Ariano is here with us today, as well as Maria Hauriki, representing about 86 years of K through 12 experience in these areas, not only in the public safety area, but also the HR realm, and including our administrative staff with our certificated personnel, which Maria brings to the table. So we come with a lot of experience, a lot of know-how, and we have a good plan that we've seen has worked. We've worked through what has not worked so well, and we've done better, and we have a good prototype what that might look like. And so that's what I'll be doing here in the next couple months, just going through what that looks like in an analysis type atmosphere. And here, just to be a collaborative, I don't call myself an expert by any means, because I'm still learning as I go through this life, right? So that's who I am in a nutshell. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to ask. By the way, I'm very excited to work in Rialto because I lived here, and I have a lot of family members in Rialto still. When I first came from New Mexico to California, I lived in off of Acacia Street, right, real close to Rialto High School. I saw that high school being built. So this school district has have a soft heart for this school district. So I'm happy to be there and be here, and I'm thankful for the opportunity. So appreciate it.
Thank you. So I'm going to open this up to our board members for questions. Okay, Board Member Dominguez.
Yes, well, welcome aboard, Mr. Medina. We're very happy and excited to have you on board. I do have a question for our substitutes. What are we doing for de-escalation techniques and training as far as for our substitutes? Because obviously our wonderful teachers sometimes do have emergencies and cannot make it to class or get ill or something. So what are we doing as far as our training our substitutes that take over the classroom?
Was that for me?
Yeah, so I could answer that piece. So we are going to start infusing the training to our substitutes as well, where it's going to be mandated as well. So that is part of the process.
Perfect, thank you.
So, Ms. Dominguez, I would
Are there
also,
any, excuse me.
I would also like to say that we had our first training yesterday with our substitute teachers.
Perfect.
That took place. So, regarding de-escalation and classroom management skills.
Perfect.
Do you have another question? Lucas? Do you have another question?
Oh, no.
Okay. All right, Board Clerk Montes.
Thank you. Our safety and security do a really good job. They do an awesome job. And just again, I want to emphasize the importance of safety being the number one priority for students and parents and staff. Thank you.
And then we're going to go with Board Member Williams.
Do you have any, well, just want to know your background with like culturally responsive, like safety measures that you've engaged in the past, or any training that you have in that realm?
Well, I come from a sister district, San Bernardino. That's where I spent my career, 33 years, just about. And I'm very sensitive to the communities as they mirror each other and what that looks like. I've dealt with the difficult aspects of it, as well as the victories that we've had, and so I'm well-rounded when it comes to especially the Latino families, as I am bilingual, and so I can speak the language, and there's different things that I've done in my career in law enforcement with the K through 12 system, but also getting to know our school campus at communities is more important than anything else, because that's foundational for us. It starts with our kids, and that's what we're all doing here. So I truly feel that everybody is important.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you.
All right, Vice President Martinez.
Thank you, President Lewis. What is the scope of this? Are you going to start campus and then work out? And if so, how far out? Citywide? Or?
Yes, as far out as we need to go. We're looking at the operations. We're looking at policies and procedures, the analysis of responses and what that looks like, the day in and day out of officers and and the interactions with our campus communities as well as the city that we reside in, there's really nothing we won't touch. And if there is, that's something that surfaces, we will address that as well and provide a good plan.
Will you be using any of the federal trainings, NIMS?
NIMS and SIMS you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, we can make those recommendations as well.
Okay, because in the event, as you know, of a large disaster, we need to be prepared for that as well.
Indeed.
The day-to-day are probably the essentials to begin with.
And we have those resources to work with.
Thank you.
We have many resources.
Okay, I'm going to circle back around to Board Member Dominguez.
This might be a question for Mr. Perez. For the safety officer utility belt metal detectors, is that going to be given to all of our safety officers for the middle school and high schools?
That is correct. All safety officers will be
And then
carrying.
these metal detectors, are they going to be safe for any students that have any devices for like hearing aids, the G sensors for the diabetes, any pacemakers or anything, or?
They should be safe, but as in any type of a search, we want to make sure that we know the student first before we do any type of search.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
Okay, circle back around. Did you have an additional question?
No, I think that's great for all the officers to carry the metal detectors.
Correct.
Okay. Additional question, Board Member Williams?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a better idea of how these belt metal detectors work and who's going to be screened.
It's a metal detector that is to their utility belt, so it's not that it's the belt, it's attaches to the utility belt, so they have full access at all times. Usually what we had in place is if there was a need for one metal detector to be utilized, we would have to go to the office, find it, and then utilize it. At this point, the officers will be carrying it as part of their utility belt, which is on their person at all times.
So how are we planning to, I guess, scan the students?
So if and when there is a need, a reasonable suspicion to have a search, then that will be conducted right there. We have to follow policy and procedure. Yes.
Okay, let's circle back around. Did you have additional
No,
question?
I'm good.
Okay, so
Can't wait.
I have a few, and I'm not sure who's going to address it, but bullying prevention, is that something that we really need to tighten up on? And if you're a consultant firm from the lower elementary all the way up to antecedents of the behavior, the protocol, how the parents, are we thinking about using apps for safety that the kids can say, I'm feeling bullying, that record this database system? Or if a teacher, student, staff, or someone feel threatened, some of the universities have apps that you can so directly into the security. Have we explored those options?
So I have, and my team have personally been looking at some of those apps that exist. But now with the team, with Mike Medina and their team, we're going to be looking at their expertise to give some recommendations, as well as working with our student services in terms of our PBIS and levels of support in the tier system as well. So that's part of the analysis.
Okay. And then the follow-up, when someone, either from the parent side, another student, or the student themselves complained, are we going to tighten up on that protocol of investigation and immediately action of notifying that an incident occurred? That was a big gap that was happening.
Again, that is also part of the analysis to look at what procedures we have in place and how we could strengthen them to make sure that every second is accountable and is amenable to have a reaction and an action plan.
Okay. And then my third, it's sort of like the timing when the incident occur, that is not coming to proper authorities in a timely manner. And I think this probably be your IT or with some of your consultant of how is that information relayed in real time. So for instance, someone's at lunch or in an area that cannot be seen, how will they ask for help because our campuses are so vast?
So part of that will be part of the analysis, so it's different layers. So first foremost is a supervision schedule and a mapping of where the supervision is happening. Second, as I've started some of the walks already, just on our location of our cameras, our video surveillance system, to make sure that if we have any gaps, to start adding some of those video cameras as well. And it has to be a system where all levels are being checked on to make sure that we do not miss a spot. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you. And I just want to welcome aboard, but will our families, maybe Dr. White, be able to address, and will you speak to them regarding being part of this security information of some of their concerns?
And I'm so sorry, I did miss that question. And do you mind repeating
Yes,
Dr.?
I know a lot of our families want to really address the consultant and sort of talk to some of the areas that they might see a form to speak.
Yes. That is not going to be held under the safety. They will be present, but it will be led by a different division. And in addition, the bullying too, we have other staff members that are responsible for going and doing the training on the bullying.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, thanks. Welcome. Hey, just before we go into our public comments not on the agenda, I need to address our board bylaws and explain that speakers will not be allowed to submit a speaker card and then yield their time or give their time to another speaker. Our bylaws 9323 states in part, a person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and then shall proceed to commit through the 3 minutes time. When individuals put their card in, we want to hear from them, and this is something that to be able to hear every person in their voice. Before we had a lot of issues that didn't want to stop the flow, but now we need to really give voice to every person who put their card in. And so if you feel at that time that your item has been addressed and you want to not speak or you want someone else to speak for you, then you can't yield your time, okay? This is not Congress, it's in Congress, but in our school board meeting, the people, the voice, the community is very important. So moving forward, we're going to sort of implement this. We will implement this. So public comment not on the agenda. At this time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
Okay, we have quite a few, starting with Ana Gonzalez, followed by Claudia Cuevas.
Yeah, I'm first. Good evening, Board President Lewis, Board of Education, staff and community. My name's Ana Gonzalez. I'm a Myler parent. I am here to speak on several issues, actually. First of all, I wanted to address, oh my gosh, I've been getting a lot of concerned parent requests. So the first one, I wanted to address an issue about the CABE situation. I know a lot of parents were really concerned and frustrated with how the CABE procedures and protocols took place. During spring break, I know staff was off and a lot of parents were looking forward to attending the conference, and specifically one of the parents is going to speak, so I'm going to yield that time for her time to speak. And then secondly, I wanted to speak on the IEP processes and procedures and how IEP meetings are held. I had the opportunity to be part of an IEP meeting, and I gotta say that at Frisbee Middle School specifically, there are wonderful teachers. The RSP teachers, which are the case carriers of the IEPs, are wonderful. They are trying their very, very best. But one of the things that I've noticed is that administration is not giving them the support that they need to be prepared for the IEP meetings. With the exception, I'm going to say Dr. Burciaga and Dr. Scott have done a wonderful job to ensure that that the IEP meetings are running smoothly. But in the interim of those two, I guess I would say tiers, there's a lot of issues. And so the facilitators that are facilitating those IEP meetings are very condescending to parents, and they're very insensitive to the situations. And so they make parents very frustrated, and they just, make parents break down, and that is not okay. And so we need to address how we're handling IEP situations. And then third, I was really offended and concerned about the situation of the girls that went missing at Carter High School, and how the district did not take a swift concern in posting the situation of the girls being missing when everybody else in the community was posting. And I know that there's procedures and protocols, but the district should have taken a faster approach of just posting about the girls being missing. And so there needs to be better collaboration with PD. I know I've heard concerns from the chief and everybody, so we just need to better collaborate. And I have more things, but my time is limited, so thank you so much, and I will contact the right people. So thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Claudia Cuevas, followed by Tatiana Reyes.
Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Hello, good evening.
Yo vengo porque a cada uno de ustedes yo les mandé una queja formal
I'm here because I've sent each one of you a formal complaint
por la responsabilidad del programa CABE,
because of the CABE program
por la responsabilidad de la señora Madrid,
and the responsibility which falls on Mrs. Madrid,
porque ella es la responsable que vino aquí directamente a este sitio, a este cuarto, a invitarnos.
because she's the one person responsible and she's the one that came to this particular place, to this particular room to give us an invitation.
La falta de información,
The lack of information,
la falta de respeto al no supervisar,
the lack of respect.
al no supervisar.
Continue.
Así, al no supervisar si habíamos asistido, habíamos llegado al evento.
When she failed to supervise if we had actually arrived and attended the event.
Quisiera saber cuántas personas fueron las que participaron en el programa CABE.
I would like to know how many people are actually the ones that participated in the CABE program.
Las personas que asistieron pueden ir a las escuelas a darnos información a los padres de qué fue lo que aprendieron
And the
para
people that
compartir.
attended, can they come to the schools to tell us, the parents, what it is that they learned?
Quisiéramos saber cuánto dinero se gastó en el programa.
We would like to know also how much money was spent on this program.
Cuánto dinero fue lo que nos sobró de las personas que no asistieron del programa.
De las personas
Que no asistieron.
And how much money was saved by those who didn't actually attend the program.
Y cuántas personas pueden participar para este evento, para este programa CABE.
And how many people can actually participate of this CABE program.
Yo hablé con la señora Madrid
I spoke with Mrs. Madrid
y le hice esas preguntas.
and I asked her 2 questions.
Y me contestó que no era responsabilidad de ella,
And her answer was that it was not her responsibility,
que cada quien tenía su responsabilidad de ir y participar directamente al programa CABE.
that it was each individual's responsibility to actually show up and participate of the program.
Cuando otros distritos, por mi trabajo conozco distritos padres del distrito de San Bernardino,
When I know, due to my work, and I know other parents at other districts in San Bernardino,
Jurupa Valley, Riverside y Colton.
the ones mentioned,
Y que ellas sí pudieran traerme esto.
and that they were able to bring this back for me,
Que ellas sí representaran a sus distritos.
that they did go in representation of their districts.
Porque yo no iba representando mi escuela, iba representando mi distrito, que es Rialto.
Because I wasn't there representing just my school, I was there representing Rialto, which is my district.
Entonces yo pienso que es una falta de respeto
So I think it's a lack of respect
a nosotros los padres que queremos participar.
to us, the parents who want to participate.
Yo necesito también que me reembolsen mi dinero de mis 4 días que pedí del trabajo cuando no me pudieron dar el respeto que me merezco para asistir al programa.
I also need you to reimburse me for the 4 days of work that I missed out on when you actually did respect my effort to be a part of this.
Y por favor, sí necesito que me den todas las preguntas que acabo de hacer, porque yo sí tengo la necesidad de llevar a mi escuela lo que acabo de comentarles.
And please, I need an answer to all the questions I just presented to you because I do have the responsibility of bringing back these answers to the school that I do represent.
Porque tenemos padres que quieren participar.
Because we have parents that want to participate.
Entonces yo pienso que ellos tienen, yo debo el debido respeto de llevarles información a mi escuela.
So it is my duty to be respectful by bringing this information back to my school.
Hoy tuvimos café con nuestra directora
Today we had coffee with our principal.
y le agradezco mucho a mi directora, que es una persona encantadora y nos da mucho respeto a los padres.
And I am so grateful to our principal, who's an enchanting person, and I thank her so much for the respect she shows us.
Hoy platicamos con nuestra directora que queríamos la posibilidad de que regresaran las graduaciones a nuestras escuelas.
And we mentioned to her that we wanted to bring back the graduation ceremonies back to our schools.
Que el dinero que se dirige a la ciudad de Ontario
That the money that's spent with the city of Ontario
quedara en nuestra ciudad de Rialto.
would be spent in our city of Rialto.
Nuestras escuelas con ese dinero necesitan mejores uniformes para nuestros estudiantes de deportes,
Our schools can use the money to have better uniforms
para
for our
arreglar,
students,
para arreglar nuestros campos de deportes,
to fix our fields where we play sports,
instrumental para nuestras clases de música.
instruments for our music classes.
Tenemos de nuestros graduados van a ser 500 jóvenes que se van a graduar de nuestra escuela.
In our school, there will be 500 students who will be graduating.
Y tenemos una capacidad de 5,000 padres para atender en nuestra escuela.
And we have the capacity to host 5,000 parents in our school.
Entonces también yo pienso que nuestros maestros se merecen ese gran respeto de que nuestros hijos
So I think that the teachers are also due that respect in having our children
les den las manos y el agradecimiento que ellos se merecen.
Be there so they can shake their hands and pay their respects as they so well deserve.
Por ver crecer a nuestros hijos durante 4 años.
For having watched or witnessed our children grow for 4 years.
Y yo pienso que ese dinero y esos fondos
And I think that money and those funds
sería para ya no perder más personal en nuestra escuela.
can also be used so we don't lose any more personnel in our schools.
Porque hoy nos comentó que íbamos a tener un corte de 4 personal en nuestra escuela.
Because it was commented to us that we would be losing 4 people in our school.
Y no queremos eso.
And we don't want that to
Nuestra
happen.
escuela va a estrenarse en mayo y queremos algo mejor para nuestros estudiantes.
Our school will be opening up in May and we want something better for our students.
Entonces, por favor, piénsenlo, que el dinero quede aquí en nuestra ciudad y no en otras ciudades.
So please think it over. Let the money stay here in our city and not go to some other city.
Por favor, y muchas gracias.
Please, thank you.
Tatiana Reyes, followed by Shelley Castillo.
Oh, sí, claro, perdón.
Buenas tardes. Sí, ok.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Tatiana Reyes y
My name is Tatiana Reyes,
vengo por la escuela Eisenhower.
and I'm here for Eisenhower School.
Yes.
Eisenhower?
Eisenhower, sí.
Perdón, Eisenhower.
Hoy asistí a la escuela y noté que hay muchos pues, falta de presupuesto.
Today I went to the school and I noticed that there is a lack of budgeting or budgets.
Ya lo había notado antes porque yo personalmente me tomé,
I had noticed that before because I personally
me tomé el trabajo de mandar cartas, emails a gimnasios para que donaran equipo para la escuela, para el gimnasio que estaban formando.
I took the time to write letters and send out letters requesting donations for the gymnasium that we're building.
Sí, y ahora que yo fui y me doy cuenta de que van a quitar personas,
And now that I went and I realized that they're going to remove certain people,
eso a mí me perjudica a mi hijo, a mí, y más que la escuela va a estar bien bonita. Y
that
vamos a
affects
ver.
myself, my child, and even more so that our school is going to be looking very pretty.
Ujú. Y también que las graduaciones no son en la escuela. Me gustaría que fueran en la escuela para que fuera algo más íntimo para los
And also,
estudiantes.
frases más breves, por favor. And repita otra vez, por favor.
Que me gustaría que las graduaciones también fueran en la escuela
And I would also like for the graduations to stay in our schools
para que fueran más íntimas,
so that it will be more intimate,
en familia, como se debe de hacer.
with family as it should be.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley Castillo, followed by Laura Dean.
Good evening, Board of Education, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. Thank you for taking a moment to listen with an open and honest heart and being reflective with your mind. My name is Shelley Costello, and I've been teaching in Rialto for 30 years. I have been a general education teacher 25 of those years. I was an intervention strategist for 3 and a reading specialist for 2 years. I'm in the unique position to tell you that I've been in all 3 positions. I went back into the classroom after being a strategist for 3 years because I wasn't being utilized to the best of my ability, and it was so unstable. So I decided to go back into the classroom to directly teach the students that I needed to and that needed me. 2 years after going back into the classroom at 2nd grade, the reading specialist position was flown, and Dr. Gibbs and my principal suggested that I try applying for the position to fulfill the position at Dollahan for one of the 3 spots. During my 2 years as a reading specialist, I was frustrated enough to speak out many times against the fact that 2 days per week I had to sub as an aide in SDC, cover meetings for IEPs, or be an admin designee, which I have my admin credential, so that was okay, but not being pulled from my groups. Only to have my colleagues blame me for a lack of support at certain times. So I left this position because I felt like I wasn't being utilized to the best of my ability. I desired to do what I had set out to do in the beginning as a specialist. A third of my year as a strategist the first year was spent out of the classroom. 63 full days out of 187 days I spent working with small groups. The rest of the time I was pulled for mandated trainings or to attend subbing positions. How can we expect to get the gains or fill any gaps with our struggling student population when the district is doing away with the fundamental position in which the district put so much money into with the USC program, which I loved, go USC. We have spent a lot of money over the past 5 years to put these specialists through the USC program. We have spent the time, we have spent the money, they have spent their energy to do their job. And now, my amazing colleagues that are in this position at the present moment will undoubtedly do an impressive job in the classroom with their skills, but only half of the students will benefit because they will have half of the caseload. What cuts is the district office taking? Why are we cutting the positions that directly work with our student population instead of the people that are behind the desk at the district office? Is there specific data that shows the small group targeted instruction for the specialists that the specialists are providing aren't working? No, actually I think it's the opposite. Why are we even putting these extra supports on our LCAP when we're truly not going to do them? We cannot say we truly did what the district promised to do to the parents or in the LCAP. We are misleading the community to let them know that we are going to do these things when we are now cutting them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Laura Dean, followed by Melissa Paquette.
Good evening, Honorable Board, President Lewis, and Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Laura Dean from Jehu Middle School. I am reading this on behalf of our fabulously amazing, wonderful reading specialist, Dr. Lindsay Deniston. I am Dr. Lindsay Deniston. I am the current reading specialist at Jehu Middle School. I currently service 92 students. According to my standardized assessments of those 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students completed in August of 2024, 54 were reading at 3rd grade level or below. Many of these students struggle with basic phonetic skills such as sounds of short vowels and consonants. Other students need comprehension support such as finding the main idea of a text and details to support the main idea. With the elimination of the reading specialist, all of these students are expected to make gains within their regularly scheduled school days. Even with intervention every day, these students struggle to make gains, but have been successful in Jehu's reading program. Of the 54 students who were reading at 3rd grade level or below at the beginning of the school year, 20 have made significant gains after my December 2024 assessment. Many students made at least a 1-year gain on their leveled reading assessment in just 6 months. According to the national report card, students in 8th grade are reading at lower levels since they started taking data in 1998. 72% of students in 2024 were reading at basic or below basic reading levels. Title I schools were affected the most during the COVID pandemic, with those struggling readers now entering middle schools such as JU. To support all students, we need to keep reading interventions in the secondary grades. Reading specialists and math coaches are not just supplemental resources, they're vital to the academic success of our students, particularly those who face learning challenges. These positions directly impact student outcomes by providing targeted support to those who need it most. In middle school, students are at a pivotal stage in their academic career. It's a time when foundational skills in reading and mathematics are solidified, or unfortunately, they fall through the cracks. Without these specialists, many students will struggle to build the skills they need to succeed in high school and beyond. We must ask ourselves, what happens to these students when they no longer have access to the expert support that reading specialists and math coaches offer? I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Melissa Paquette, followed by Mary Baker.
Good evening, Board of Education, District Administrative, and viewing audience. I too come to you, like my colleagues, to speak to you about the recent reduction and displacement of our reading specialists and strategists, and I'm very disconcerted for many reasons. My name is Melissa Paquette. I've been a teacher at Garcia Elementary for 29 years. I've stayed at the same school, taught multiple grades, both fourth, fifth, first, and second. I'm very concerned about the elimination and the reduction and even the displacement of these educators. In the 2024 plan of our LCAP mentions specialists 13 times, strategists 15 times, and coaches 17 times. Reducing these positions or deleting them, as is the case for many of them, seems to go against our new 3-year plan that we just agreed on. LCAP plan that was approved last year. Over $13 million of the LCAP is directly related to these positions of reading specialists, intervention strategists, and coaches. Yet the district is reducing 70 of the positions and putting these support personnel back into the classroom. Not because the needs are no longer there, but simply as a way to save their money. As an elementary teacher, I can tell you that I have seen the positive impact that these reading specialists make. I too am a UC educated reading specialist, but I stay in the classroom because I know my impact is there. Let me tell you about my school, my students this year. Personally, in my 2nd grade class this year, the reading specialists have been the most crucial component in helping me accelerate the growth of my young readers. At the start of the school in August of 24, I started with 22 students, 12 of who scored in the red, which is more than 2 years below grade level. That's 55% of my students reading at a kinder level. Yes, you heard me right. 55% reading at kinder. I had 8 of my students, 36% at a yellow, which is 1 year below, and only 2 at a light green, which is ready to start 2nd grade. That's a lot to take on as a teacher, but now let's fast forward to December. Through strategic best first instruction and the support of my intervention specialist, I have 7 in the red. That's only 30%. I have 10, 43% in yellow, and 6, 26% in green. That's 5 students, 22% of my class, that moved out of the red. That's huge. 5 of my students, 22, are now at 2nd grade or above. Let's be honest, that growth is not because of me. I cannot take any credit. That is from the support and assistance of my amazing and talented reading specialists, Georgie Felix, Maria Leanos, and Jennifer Texford. If it wasn't for them, that growth would not be possible. They make it possible for me to pull 3 groups, and they pull 4 of my groups. Why are we cutting this funding? It makes me anxious and concerned about my ability to meet the most vulnerable Rialto students next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Mary Baker, followed by Paula Bailey.
Thank you so much. I'm just here to express my sincere gratitude for the unwavering commitment and hard work of the Rialto School Business and Den Elementary. I appreciate everyone by helping my son Bishop get into Saturday school. Your dedication, sorry, I'm out of breath, to providing my child with the best possible education is amazing. I hope with this we are able to help the rest of the families needing Saturday school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Paula Bailey, followed by Ricardo Salazar.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, board members, interim superintendent, viewing audience. I'm Paula Bailey, been in this district 24 years and counting. I would like to start off with thanking everybody who either verbally approached me or emailed me back when I had sent out an email previously. Unfortunately, not everybody had the opportunity, but I'm hopeful that'll still happen. I too attended a Pastries with the Principal at what school? Eisenhower, of course. And some of the information shared this morning, which I always have to bring that back to you, is our attendance for last week was 96.69%. Last year, it was only 90.39. Suspensions for this past week, 2.25%, last year 6.6. Our school site is under amazing leadership. They are working beyond, and they're absolutely amazing. I'm part of the PBIS team. We accomplished silver once again. We will be working for that goal next year. We got a 28 out of 30. So we were up there on the high end of that. For those of you who may remember, this is Autism Awareness Month, acceptance. So please educate yourself on what that means if you don't already know. Thank you for wearing blue for more than one reason, because many of you probably remember it is also Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And Denim Day is April 30th this year. It is a Wednesday. Unfortunately, not a board meeting, but that's okay. But I encourage you guys to, wear denim and stand up for our survivors of this horrible situation. It is also Child Abuse Awareness Month, which also coincides with alcohol awareness. So people utilizing alcohol sometimes don't make the best decisions. Being Child Abuse Awareness, last year I had the honor to say I was a recipient of a Shine a Light Award this evening. We actually have a gentleman in the room who was the lifetime recipient, the top award, the Big Cheese, Mr. Marcerna from our county school program. And I'd like to ask you all to give him a round of applause. I did not know he was coming when I planned this. I was super happy to see him, and I told him I was doing this, and he knows I keep my word. I know, it looks a kill, but hey. No, I thought it was going to be 50. Come on, dude. No, he's amazing, and he is very well deserved, and I was so happy to be there when he received this award. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ricardo Salazar, followed by Steve Figueroa.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Lewis, Vice President Mr. Martinez, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and Cabinet. My name is Ricardo Salazar. I am the Agent of Purchasing Services. And I come before you today to invite our community to our vendor workshops and really give you guys an opportunity to collaborate with us, understand our processes, understand how we do business, and really bridge that gap so that we can create more meaningful partnerships. We plan to have ongoing workshops. Our first two are going to be scheduled for April 30th, 2025, and then the second one is going to be July 15th. So I did leave flyers in the main entryway. We're going to send a blast out through Parent Square, but I just wanted to come before you guys and invite our community to come by and partner with us and get some additional information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Figueroa, followed by Frank.
First, Steve Figueroa, an education advocate. I always thank the board for allowing us to speak without First Amendment retaliation. I'd like to thank the gentleman who was here last time who commented on Mr. Edgar Montes rolling his eyes and stuff that I've had to endure, just publicly speaking. I too want to champion these teachers who are fighting for the reading specialists, because I'm going to tell you why. Are you trying to make the kids dumber? Because they need reading specialists. We need them in special ed. I was in an IEP at Frisbee today. Well, the IEP team basically does not have the authority to make decisions. The teachers, God bless them, they were all sweet and candid, said what had to be said. But we can't write appropriate goals if they won't authorize the appropriate assessments. We can't help the kids read without the right reading programs or in Gillingham base. I've said this over and over before, okay? Other districts are actually purchasing outside programs like Stowell and Lindenwood Bow and others and educating their staff and bringing it to the district and giving that intensive reading program with their teachers. In this district, we had to fight for 2 days to get a Spanish interpreter in a meeting for a Spanish-speaking student. That's ridiculous. That we literally had to debate for 20 minutes of the hour-and-a-half meeting the first day and 2 hours in the next meeting to get somebody qualified to interpret the meeting, because they knew the meeting in advance, but they didn't call the district to say we need an interpreter. They just said, hey, well, we're going to have to end the meeting then. You don't want us to continue, we're going to end it. That ultimatums like that are a denial of FAPE and due process, especially when you find out during the meeting at Frisbee that when this young boy, his mom has spoken here before and was retaliated against, it was when he was simply trying to help his mom earn her living. He sold some bags of Flaming Hot Cheetos, and they had the police interview him. And we were told by the administrator, well, we were trying to scare him straight. I said, I didn't know you have a Scared Straight program in the district for disabled children. Because if that's the policy, it needs to change immediately. You do not need a school to prison system in this district. You need a school to college, school to career. So let's get these teachers the reading specialists they need. Let's get the assessments that they need. And one final thing is, who does the background check in your hiring? Because later I'm going to be speaking on that, because if it's risk management, something has to go with risk management. They need to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Frank coming forward, followed by Celia Saravia.
Good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Martinez, Interim Superintendent Ms. White, members of the community. My name is Frank Montes. I'm a small business and community advocate. I come before you to talk about the issue that happened last week with the two young ladies that went missing. Thank God that they were found. They're home safe. I've met with the parents. I've also met with one of the young ladies 4 times already. Went to the school at Carter, met with the principal and the mom and the child. The principal was amazing. The young lady felt very comfortable. She's able to give me a call when her mom's not around if she gets overwhelmed. But again, I am also concerned of the notifications or lack of. You know, they have an app, and my sister told me this, because a lot of people say that, what am I doing in the district? I have many family members in this district. I'm not new here, as some board members continue to say. But they said that there's an app that notifications get sent out. Why wasn't that notification sent out immediately? When you have a 14 and a 15-year-old girl missing, no matter what for whatever reason, the parents should be notified immediately. But like I said, thank God that they're back home safe with their parents. And one of the students, we are putting her in our youth program that the Hispanic Coalition has, and that is a hike once a month. They attend all our programs, and they have mentorships and someone to talk to where they can pick up the phone and call. We have 30 students this year, and they're all Rialto Unified students. From Frisbee, from Rialto, from JHU. So we're pretty engaged and with these students because it is important. Plus, we are working with their parents because you can't just work with the youth, you got to work with the parents. And also, we had our Cesar Chavez event this 2 weeks ago in the University of San Bernardino. Mr. Martinez, thank you for being there. Mr. Mars, thank you for being there. Saida Joffrey, the district was well represented. We had 30 parents and students from Rialto there. So you guys were well represented. But again, get that information out. It is important. 1 second is too much. 1 second for a parent to be without their child is a lifetime. Lifetime. That cannot happen. And then we're talking about the safety officers, we're talking about bullies. Deal with the pedophiles that are in this district. Okay? It is Sexual Abuse Awareness Month. Kids in this district continue to be sexually abused by teachers. Get them out. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Celia Sarabia coming to the mic, followed by Denise Martinez.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidenta, doctora Luis. Vicepresidente, Mr. Martínez. Superintendente activa, doctora Guay. Audiencia.
And audience, and the people mentioned.
Soy Celia Sarabia y represento Amigos Unidos,
I am Celia Sarabia, and I represent Amigos Unidos,
grupo de apoyo para padres de niños de educación especial.
a support group for parents of special education children.
Los padres estamos agradecidos
We, the parents, are grateful
con el distrito
with the districts
por todos los entrenamientos que hemos recibido durante este año escolar.
for all the trainings we've received this school year.
Por ejemplo, las clases de matemáticas con UCLA.
For instance, the math classes with UCLA.
Me voy a graduar de UCLA este año.
This year, I'll be graduating from UCLA.
Y el año pasado me gradué de USC, así es que
And last year, I graduated from USC, so
las clases de literatura con USC, los talleres que empezamos con el distrito,
the literacy classes with USC, and
Con-
the workshops that we started with the district,
con Mr. Serna,
with Mr. Serna,
o sea, con Macarroni,
so
con la doctora Cherina,
with Dr. Cherina,
y ahora estamos con la Academia Regional de Educación para Líderes.
and now we're with the Regional Academy for Leadership.
Yo invito a todos los padres
I invite all the parents
y a que participen.
to participate.
Estas son unas grandes herramientas que el distrito nos está dando.
These are great tools that the district is giving us.
Aprendimos de la historia de nuestra ciudad,
We learned about the history of our
de
city,
las oportunidades y recursos que Loma Linda, la Universidad de Loma Linda tiene para nuestros estudiantes.
of the opportunities and resources that Loma Linda University
Que nuestro-
offers our students.
Nuestros estudiantes pueden estudiar en Loma Linda University sin tener un GPA de genios.
Our students can go to Loma Linda University without having a genius like GPA.
También aprendimos de seguridad,
We also learned about safety,
el Blue Envelope para los papás niños especiales que tienen comportamientos. Esta es una gran herramienta excelente para que lo usemos.
the blue envelope for parents who have children with behavioral issues. This is a great tool for us to use.
Nos sentimos seguros los papás con esto.
We, the parents,
Así
feel
que
safe with
espero
this.
que el distrito traiga este taller acá.
And I hope the district brings that workshop here.
Aprendimos hasta cómo limpian el agua.
We even learned how to clean water.
Y nuestra última junta va a
And in
ser
our last
con
meeting,
el district attorney.
We'll be with the district attorney.
Hemos aprendido tanto.
We've learned
que
so much.
Yo les pido a ustedes, miembros de nuestra mesa directiva, nuestra superintendente activa,
I
a
ask-
todo el equipo innovador,
I
que,
ask you,
que
members of the
sigan
board,
dando estas
I ask
herramientas
you,
que las necesitamos tanto.
superintendent and cabinet.
Gracias a Mr. Serna, a
Thank you, Mr.
Macaroni,
Serna, Macaroni,
a la doctora MacGyver,
Dr. MacGyver.
a Paola, a Marisa. Este es un gran equipo.
This is a great team.
Es un gran equipo.
It's a
Todos
great
los
team.
padres, no solo de acá de Rialto, porque es a nivel de condado,
All the parents, not only the Rialto parents, because this is at a county level.
hemos participado y hemos formado un grupo bien fuerte.
We've participated and we've created a very strong group.
Bueno, ¿qué les puedo decir? Hemos aprendido muchísimo
What else can I say? We've
y
learned a
esperamos
lot.
que nuestro board y nuestro superintendente aprueben y nos sigan dando todas estas herramientas a los padres.
And we hope that our superintendent and our board can continue giving us these opportunities.
Y a nuestro board member, estudiante, joven Manso,
And young man Manso, our student board member,
a los padres nos encanta escuchar tus comentarios,
we the parents enjoy listening to your comments.
tan acertados y razonables.
So reasonable and so precise.
Tú vas a ser nuestro gran líder en nuestra comunidad.
You will be a great leader in our
Tienes un
community.
gran compromiso con nuestra comunidad.
And this means a
Estamos
huge
esperando
commitment
mucho
to
de
our
ti.
commitment, to your community. We're expecting a lot from you.
Es bueno también escuchar que están entrenando a los maestros,
It's also good to know that you're training the teachers,
asistentes y sustitutos en seguridad,
the assistants and the substitutes in terms of safety.
porque muchas veces no saben qué hacer
Because often enough, they don't know what to do.
cuando se presenta un estudiante con comportamientos,
When there are behavioral issues with a student,
no saben cómo abordar la situación
they don't know how to address the
y
situation,
escala,
and it escalates.
porque no están entrenados para tener el control.
Because they're not trained to take control.
Y me preocupa también, y estoy de acuerdo con los maestros, el comentario
I'm also concerned, and I agree with the teachers
de
and their
querer
comments,
reducir a los especialistas de lectura.
to want to reduce the reading specialist.
Al contrario,
Quite the opposite.
yo les pido a ustedes
I ask you
que aprueben más
to approve more.
y que tengamos especialistas de programas en todas las escuelas,
And we have specialist programs in all the schools,
kinder hasta high school,
from kinder all the way up to high school.
porque es bien triste escuchar
Because it's really sad to
que un
hear
estudiante que ya está en middle school
A
esté
student in
leyendo
middle school
a nivel de kinder.
who's reading at a kinder level.
Bueno, eso es leer.
Well, that's reading.
Imagínense la comprensión.
Now imagine the comprehension.
Así que por favor les
So,
pido
please, I ask
que
you
tomen acción en eso.
to take action in this regard.
Yo sé que tenemos un gran board
I know we have a great board,
que están muy preocupados por nuestros estudiantes. Yo de verdad estoy orgulloso de ustedes, nuestros padres de educación especial también.
that you are very
Así es
concerned
que-
with our students.
y
I am
nuestro
very
equipo.
proud of you, and I'm very proud of all the special education parents.
Y a la doctora aquí, gracias doctora aquí por traer y innovar con programas acá también.
And Dr. Gibb, thank you so much for
Aquí voy a seguir
innovating through those
física,
programs here
matemática.
also. Again, literacy and math.
Papás, no se les olvide que el sábado tenemos el juego de tenis en
Parents, don't forget.
UCLA y en nuestro distrito nos va a dar el transporte.
This
Así que por
Saturday,
favor
we have
participemos todos.
a tennis game, and the district will give us transportation. So
Thank
let's
you.
all go participate.
Gracias.
Thank you.
No se oye.
We have Denise Martinez, followed by Samuel Rivas.
Good evening, school board members, President Dr. Lewis, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Denise Martinez, and I teach German at Carter High School. The last time that I stood before you was in April of 2017, when the Rialto Unified School District honored me with the Excellence in Teaching Award. And this recognition was in celebration of my student, Felisa Correa, who scored in the 90th percentile on the National German exam and earned a prestigious 4-week study trip to Germany. Since then, 3 more Rialto students have received similar scholarships to study abroad. Dimple DeLuna Sumiet in 2018, Samuel Rivas in 2019, Joseph Carrillo Martinez 2024, who is currently in Germany. And this year, our students continue to excel. 5 students, Julian Howard, Edgar Villa, Mia Garrett, Raquel Rodriguez, and Eric Collender, earned medals on the National German exam. And notably, Eric Collender scored in the 90th percentile and has been offered the 2025 Summer Study Scholarship in Germany. And these achievements demonstrate the ongoing success and value of the German program at Carter High School. I am here tonight not only to celebrate these students, but also to seek your support in preserving the German program at Carter and preventing its elimination. I would like to thank Dr. White for taking time to stop by my classroom to celebrate the achievements of my students. It meant a lot to me. I would also like to thank Dr. McIver Gibbs for meeting with me this week and making a plan to help promote the German program within our school district, and once again allow German 1 to be taught and a choice at at Carter High School. I believe that maintaining language diversity is crucial, and German provides students, especially those already fluent in Spanish, the opportunity to become trilingual by the time that they graduate, significantly enhancing their academic and career prospects. For the past 26 years, I have been dedicated to teaching German in Rialto, working diligently to expand the program by developing curriculum for German Honors 3 and for AP. I'm also willing to introduce German 1 at our feeder middle schools to spark interest early and ensure that there's continued enrollment. With your support, I believe that we can revive and strengthen the German program. Thank you for your time and dedication to our schools and community. I appreciate your consideration and hope to work together to keep German. Thank you very much.
Samuel Rivas, followed by Sarabay Aguilar.
Good evening. My name is Sam Rivas, and I graduated from Carter High School in the class of 2021. I currently work at a public library, a job I truly enjoy. While most days consist of shelving books and assisting with checkouts, one particular day stands out as an unforgettable moment in my life. It was a normal day at the front desk when an older gentleman approached seeking assistance with a computer. As I helped him navigate through some DMV forms, I noticed his frustration building, partly due to language barriers. Recognizing his accent, I built up the courage to ask in German, "Woher kommen Sie?" Where are you from? His face instantly lit up, and what started as a frustrating experience transformed into an enriching conversation. We spent a long time sharing stories about Germany and his longing to speak in his native language. It was a beautiful exchange, and I realized that without the German language skills I acquired at Carter High School, I would not have been able to connect with him in such a meaningful way. Since then, he has returned to the library many times, always greeting me with the biggest smile and coming up to me for that German conversation that makes his day. This experience would not have been possible without the German program at Carter High School, particularly with the dedication of Ms. Martinez. Her passion for teaching and her unwavering support made it possible for me to learn German and reach out to others in ways I never imagined. I can say with certainty that this language opened doors for me that I could have never anticipated. Additionally, thanks to Mrs. Martinez's encouragement, I applied and was awarded the Congress Bundestag Youth Exchange, the CBYX Scholarship. The scholarship gave me the opportunity to spend a year abroad in Germany, furthering my education and acting as a bridge between the U.S. Congress and the German Bundestag. It was a life-changing experience that would not have been possible without the German program. But my success is not unique. At least 3 other students from Carter High School have been awarded scholarships to study abroad in the past 4 years, with one also receiving the prestigious CBYX Scholarship. Others have been accepted into summer programs or earned top scores on the German national exam, securing opportunities to study in Germany as well. These accomplishments are a direct result of the German program at Carter High, led by Mrs. Martinez. Thanks to this program, I am now fluent in German, Spanish, and English. I am deeply grateful for the opportunity to learn German in high school, as it has not only broadened my skill set, but also enriched my perspective on different cultures and worldviews. Since graduating high school, I've returned to Germany on a couple occasions and have even received my B2 certificate, which shows a high level of German fluency. I understand that some students may question the relevance or benefit of joining the German club or taking German as a language in any school. There's always the challenge of balancing resources and offering a variety of clubs that appeal to everyone. However, what some may not immediately recognize is that German language and culture open doors not only to international opportunities, but also foster critical thinking, cross-cultural understanding, and an appreciation for diversity. Skills that are vital in today's globalized world. While it's important to offer diverse extracurriculars, the German program and the German club serve as a bridge to opportunities that many other programs might not offer. They help students see the world in a new light, develop valuable language skills, and offer experiences that will stay with them throughout their lives. I stand before you as an example of just how the German program can change the course of a student's life for the better. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I hope I illustrated just how invaluable the German program at Carter High School is, and how it has shaped not only my life, but the lives of many others. My story is one of many success stories of students from the German program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sariba Aguilar? Yes, because I'm looking at it, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly. Saida, okay. And
Sandra.
Okay, say it one more time for me.
Sandra.
Sandra, okay.
Sandra Aguilar.
I want you to look what you wrote down, okay? But anyway, followed by,
I wasn't correcting you, I'm sorry.
okay, followed by Janine Stubblefield. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Ayer en una junta de su IP de la escuela de mi hijo,
Yesterday at my son's IEP meeting,
me enteré que el principal Alejandro Vara
I found out that the principal, Alejandro Vara,
le llamó a la policía
called the police
porque encontró por segunda vez a mi hijo vendiendo chips,
because he found my son for the second time selling chips,
como si hubiera sido un criminal.
as if he was a criminal.
Pero cuando ustedes se enteraron que tenía esas máquinas de pinball, ¿por qué no le llamaron a la policía?
But when you found out that he had those pinball machines, why didn't you call the police?
Pero lo más extraño de todo es que ni yo lo sabía.
But the weirdest part of all is that I didn't know anything about it.
Hasta ayer que esto pasó,
Until yesterday,
hace 6 meses. Que esto pasó hace 6 meses.
until yesterday that I found out that this happened 6 months ago.
Pero sabe, no me extraña
But you know, it doesn't surprise me
de Alejandro Vara.
from Alejandro Vara.
Ese tipo de abuso de poder
This type of abuse of authority,
lo ha hecho por tantos años.
he's been doing it for so many years.
Y se preguntarán, ¿por qué lo digo?
And you might ask, why am I saying this?
Porque me consta,
Because I know it to be a fact,
porque aproximadamente al mismo tiempo
because at around the same time,
mi hijo fue sacado de una clase
my son was taken out of a class,
y él se lo encontró en el pasillo
and he found him in the hallway.
y le dijo que yo estaba en la escuela
And he told him that I was at the school
y que me iba a avisar,
and that he was going to let me know,
amenazándolo
threatening him
que me iba a traer a su clase.
that he was going to bring me to sit in his class.
Mi hijo le pidió que no lo avergonzara,
My son asked him not to shame him that way,
pero no le importó.
but he didn't care.
En ese momento
At that moment,
yo no sabía.
I didn't know.
Él vino a la oficina donde yo estaba
And he came to the office where I was,
atendiendo otro asunto
dealing with another issue.
y cuando abrió la puerta me dijo que si podía venir
And when he opened the door, he asked me if I can come
porque se había encontrado a mi hijo en el pasillo,
because he had found my son in the hallway,
lo cual en cuanto yo acabé,
which when I finished,
vino por mí
he came to get me
y me dirigió a una clase.
and took me to a class.
Al principio no entendía qué cuarto era,
At first, I didn't understand
Ah.
what room that was
hasta que él abrió la puerta
until he opened the door.
y miré a un maestro y a varios niños,
And I saw a teacher and several children,
incluyendo a mi hijo.
including my son.
Y le pregunté qué pasaba
And I asked, what's going on?
y me dijo que él me traía para que me sentara con él.
And he told me that he was bringing me to the classroom so that I would sit with him.
Los niños, en cuanto me vieron,
The kids, as soon as they saw me,
empezaron a burlarse de mi hijo.
started mocking my son.
Yo volteé a ver a mi hijo a su cara,
I looked at my son's face,
enojado, avergonzado,
and he was angry and he was embarrassed.
y le dije que no me iba a sentar con él,
And I told him that I was not going to sit there with him,
que me dejara platicar con él,
to let me talk to him.
pero en cuanto salimos de la clase,
As soon as we stepped out of the room,
él empezó a gritar a Alejandro Vara que lo odiaba
he started shouting to Alejandro Vara, telling him that he hated him
y que ya le había dicho que no lo avergonzara
and that he had already asked him not to embarrass him that
y a
way.
él no le importó.
But he didn't care.
Yo tuve que sacar a mi hijo de la escuela
I had to take home my son, take him away from the school,
para que se calmara.
for him to come down.
Y les digo esto
I say this to you
porque estoy cansada del abuso del poder que él ha tenido por mucho tiempo.
because I'm tired of his abuse of authority he has exhibited for so long.
Y no sé si se recuerdan, pero la junta pasada,
I don't know if you remember, but at the last meeting,
un padre de Frisbee vino a mencionar
a Frisbee parent came to say
que él se dirigió a mi hijo como el día que lo apuñalaron, como nada importante.
that he made a reference towards my son on the day that he was stabbed, as though that was nothing important.
Que lo que le había pasado era una simple cortadura.
That what had happened to him was just a cut.
¿Les parece esto una cortadura?
Do you think this is just a cut?
Y yo sé que no lo pueden muy bien, pero si quiero se los enseño.
And I know you probably can't see it from there, but if you would like, I can bring it to you so you can show it to you.
Él tuvo que ser cosido en el hospital.
He had to have sutures at the hospital.
Pero que él se refiriera a mi hijo así como que si nada hubiera pasado,
But for him to refer to that in regards to my son as though nothing had happened,
qué tristeza.
how sad.
Pero lo que más me tiene enojada e indignada
But what has me feeling more indignant and angry
es que él a varios de ustedes les ha dicho, ha difamado a mi hijo y Edgar Montes también han difamado a mi hijo.
is that he has defamated my son with you guys,
Especialmente Edgar Montes.
especially with Edgar Montes.
Porque si yo le pregunto a Edgar Montes
Because if I ask Edgar Montes
que si él conocía a mi hijo antes de que lo apuñalaran
if he knew my son before he
y le
was
pongo
stabbed,
aquí 10 niños,
and I bring 10 children here,
él no lo reconocería.
Thank you.
he won't recognize them.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President, Dr. Lewis, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Dr. White, and viewing audience. My name is Janine Stubblefield, and I come before you tonight not just as an educator, but as a member of a school community deeply concerned about a decision that undermines the values we claim to uphold: respect, equity, and the safety of our students and staff. Last year, a substitute teacher at the Casera Middle School was removed from the classroom after using the N-word, a word that carries the weight of centuries of dehumanization, violence, and systemic racism. The word is not merely offensive, it is a weapon that cuts deeply, particularly for our Black students and staff. It is a word that has no place in any school under any circumstance, especially from the mouth of someone entrusted to educate our youth. So you can imagine the shock, the pain, and the disappointment we felt when that same individual was allowed back on our campus this week. This decision is more than a policy failure. It is a failure of moral leadership. It signals to our students of color that their dignity is negotiable. It tells our staff of color that their safety and sense of belonging are secondary. It sends a clear message that trauma caused by racism can be overlooked for the sake of convenience. What does it say to a young Black student who was in that classroom, who heard that word from someone in a position of authority, and now sees that same person walking freely through the same halls? What message are we sending about accountability, about consequences, about the standards we hold for those who serve our schools? This isn't just about one substitute teacher. It is about the culture that we at Rialto USD are fostering. It's about whether we truly value equity or whether it's just a word we put in mission statements and diversity posters. I urge this board to consider the weight of the decision and its impact on our entire community. We need transparency, we need accountability, and most of all, we need a commitment to making our schools places where all students and staff feel respected, safe, and seen. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our final slip.
Okay. Next, we have public comments on the agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any items will be granted 3 minutes.
We have no slips.
Okay. Next, we'll have comments from the Association of Executive Board Members, Rialto Education Association, REA.
There has never been a more important time for us to be good at what we do. That's not just a rallying cry, it's a challenge. Because right now we are not meeting the moment. We are divided, and while I understand passion, while I respect conviction, what I don't understand is how we let old grudges, unchecked egos, or the pull of power interfere with progress. We are in a moment that demands clarity, courage, and cooperation, and I've only got 5 minutes to try to move us in that direction. So please listen. Not because I'm holding the microphone, but because of what I have to say represents the voices of people who show up for this district every single day, people who believe in what public education can be, people who, quite frankly, are tired of being left out of decisions that impact everything that they do. Issue number one, safety. Let's talk about safety, not as a concept, but as a responsibility, as the thing that underpins everything else that we do. Last month, I stood here and asked for real movement on safety training, and we got it. Thank you. Thank you to district leadership. Our members will now be paid when they come and work on Saturday for the safety training. That's progress, and we're grateful, but we need to go further. At the last board meeting, President Lewis questioned why our bargaining proposal didn't include safety. I didn't get a chance to respond publicly, but here's the truth. We are limited to bargaining 2 articles this cycle. 2 articles, just 2. And when we asked our members what mattered most, safety was right near the top, but class size reduction edged it out by a hair. That wasn't a political move. It was a choice made in good faith by people who work in classrooms every day and are forced to weigh priorities, and they should never have to choose between safety and class size. But we heard something important at that meeting. Board member Joe Martinez suggested that we could still add safety if both sides agree. So tonight, I'm asking on behalf of the people I represent, I'm asking this board to agree to add safety as a 3rd article to this year's negotiations because it matters, because our educators are asking for it, and because safety should never be something that we have to negotiate around. Issue number 2, the reduction of specialists and coaches. On March 12th, 70 educators were told that they're being reassigned back to the classroom. That includes 2/3 of our reading specialists, every intervention strategist, and every math coach. That wasn't just a staffing shift, it was a seismic reorganization, and we were blindsided. REA was not consulted, we were not warned, and the people affected, people who dedicated their careers to lifting students up, deserve better. In a district that says that it values collaboration, this was a unilateral action and it hurts. Let's be clear, when support is taken away without explanation, students suffer, so do educators. Let's do better. Issue number 3, the national climate. Donald Trump is the president of the United States. That's a fact, and so is this. The policies and rhetoric coming out of Washington are landing hard in our classrooms. Our immigrant students are afraid, our LGBTQ+ students are uncertain, and our BIPOC students are questioning where they stand. The dismantling of the Department of Education has us worried about federal overreach, about what the future holds for our curriculum, for our founding, for our children, for our funding, for our children. This is not about partisanship, it's about preparation. We need to plan, and we cannot panic. Issue number 4, leadership vacuum. We don't have a permanent superintendent. We need one, and we can't wait 3 months to choose the perfect search team to tell us what we already know, that leadership matters. You are the board, you control the progress, and you've all promised that it would be an inclusive and transparent process, so let's make it go. REA is ready to start that process with you. We need a leader who listens, who believes in shared power, who supports people when they step up, not just when it's convenient, but always. Issue number 5, unity. A week ago, Senator Cory Booker stood in the well of the United States Senate and spoke for 25 hours. He said, "My voice is inadequate. My efforts today are inadequate to stop what they're trying to do. But we, the people, are powerful, and we are strong." That phrase, we the people. It isn't just poetic, it's constitutional, it's foundational, and it's true here. I've been the president of REA for 2 years and 2 months. I have 1 year left on my term, and yes, I hope to be reelected. But more than that, I want Rialto to thrive. I want our students to feel safe. I want them to be able to learn to read and write, to graduate, and to change the world with the tools that we give them. But we can't do that if we stay divided. If this school board, if the unions and the families of our community, we the people, if we can't sit together in good faith, see each other clearly, and act with common purpose, then we all lose. I started this speech with a line that bears repeating. There has never been a more important time for us to be good at what we do. Let's prove that we can.
Thank you. Next, we have California School Employee Associations, CSEA.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Acting Superintendent, and the community members and viewing audience. My name is Christina Costa, and I have the honor of serving as the president of Rialto Chapter 203. I am here tonight as the voice of hundreds of educators, staff members who care deeply, not just about our jobs, but about our students, our schools, and the future of this district. Let me begin by saying that we want what you want. Safe, stable, thriving schools where every child can learn and every staff member feels valued and supported. That's why I'm here, not out of criticism, but out of deep concern and a genuine desire to work together. We are facing real challenges. As we look ahead, we are beginning to see more vacancies than ever before. Many of our colleagues are being cut, sent back to the classrooms, choosing to leave, and some positions will remain unfilled. This isn't just a staffing issue. This is a student issue. Each vacancy affects a child's learning, a school's climate, and a community's confidence in our abilities to meet their needs. Our educators are passionate and resilient, but they are also tired. Many feel unheard and unsupported, and when concerns are raised about leadership and about decisions made without transparency or about wrongdoing that goes unaddressed, it can feel like those concerns fall into a void, and that takes a big toll. We believe in accountability, not as a punishment, but as a path to growth and trust. Just as we hold our students to high standards because we believe in their potential, we believe in this district will rise to meet the movement by being honest about what isn't working and be courageous enough to fix it. We are not here to dwell in problems. We are here to be a part of solutions. We believe in this district. We believe in our students and we believe in each other. But belief alone isn't enough. We need partnership, transparency, and shared commitments to move forward with purpose and integrity. We are hoping and asking for open dialogue, for proactive plans to recruit and retain amazing people who make our schools run, and for a clear commitment to listening when concerns are raised. Not just hearing them, but responding to them in meaningful ways. Our kids are watching how we lead. Let's show them what collaboration looks like. Let's show them when times are hard, adults can come together to do what's right, not just for themselves, but for the good of all. Speaking about the new security plans that were spoken about earlier, I would like to know if it's possible for CSEA to be present or at least be privy to the training and new protocols that are going to be set forth. I think it's important that we are able to support that plan and get on board with the plans that they have. We are ready, we are hopeful, and above all, we care deeply. That's why we're all here, and we thank you for hearing us. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Communication Workers of America, CWA. Rialto School Managers Association, RSMA. Next, we have comments from Student Board Member, Mr. Monzo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have that much to talk about today because we were in break for a bit, but I wanted to talk about two topics today. So first is preparedness of AP exams. So I hope you all had a great spring break, students, but now we are all back and we are getting ready for those AP exams. I know we still have some time before then, but I just wanted to be a reminder to you all to keep putting in the work and give it your all in these last months of school. Now is the time to begin studying and making sure you are ready for anything that might show up on that exam. I know you will all do amazing, and if this is one of your first AP exams, make sure to not underestimate it and work hard to pass it and have a past AP exam under your belt. Remember that these AP exams are great ways of saving money since they count for actual college credit, which means that you won't have to take parts of these classes in college. Students, remember that classes in college cost money, so take the opportunities that are given to you to not put the monetary burden on your parents and become successful in the future. So another thing I wanted to talk about is, as of last week, after a lot of thought, I've officially committed to UCLA, where I will have a political science major. Where I will have a political science major with hopes of becoming a lawyer someday. I I wanted to thank all of you for the opportunities you have given me, and this board has been very kind to me, and I'm glad I had this opportunity to make an impact for my last year here in high school. I also wanted to thank my friends and family that have always supported me no matter what. I wouldn't have been able to do anything without you guys, and I am eternally grateful. So sorry that today's comment was kind of short, but again, I hope all you students enjoyed your break and make sure to not start slacking off. You are always at the end, you are almost at the end of the finish line. Let's make sure to finish strong so we could be proud of the work we put in. Of course, it's easy to put in a lot of hard work at the beginning of the year, but how much better would it be if we look back and remember the hard work we continued putting at the end of the year? So thank you all, and remember that we are all here rooting for you as you work hard and show just how strong you are.
Thank you, and congratulations. Comments from our interim superintendent, Dr. Judy White.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Lewis. Across our district, we're seeing the fruits of hard work and dedication through a wave of academic recognition and for many future graduates, acceptance into colleges and universities across our nation. We can't wait to celebrate each and every one of them. I'd like to take a moment to formally recognize Simpson Elementary School for earning the 2024-2025 California Distinguished School by the California Department of Education. This is an extraordinary honor, and it's only awarded to only a select group of schools across the state. But it speaks volumes about the dedication, excellence, and collaborative spirit that define the Simpson School community. Congratulations to Principal Mrs. Ramona Rodriguez, the incredible and knowledgeable staff, students, and families. I know that a celebration is in the works for the Seahawks, and I will keep you informed. I attended the Rialto Council of PTA's Honorary Service Awards dinner. That was wonderful. Where so many talented educators, including teachers, volunteers, parents, guardians, and community members, were recognized for their dedication to our students. Thank you, Rialto Council of PTA's President, Ms. Carol Malone, and the PTA Executive Board for the welcoming invitation. It was a wonderful celebration, and they had an outstanding speaker. Last week, I had the joy of joining JU Middle School principals, Ms. Carolyn Idy, and the proud parents of one of our students for a very special surprise. San Bernardino County 5th District Supervisor Joe Baca Jr. visited the JU campus to present a certificate of recognition to student Adelia De Luna for her participation in the recent Dream-Filled ribbon cutting and opening ceremonies at Kessler Park in Bloomington. So she was so excited. Her entire family was there. It was very, very nice. I was there to witness it. Tragically, in 2006, the city of Rialto led San Bernardino County in childhood drowning. A year later, the district's communication team partnered with the Rialto Fire Department to present the water safety program, Stewie the Duck Learns to Swim Drowning Prevention Program, to find positive resolution. And so they reported to me that since they have been doing this training, no more drownings in our city or for our youth. Yes. So this morning, I attended the Bemis Elementary School for Stewie's water safety kickoff. It was great meeting Fire Chief Brian Park, the energized Rialto firefighters, and thank you to the FACE team, Family Community Engagement team, and Bemis Principal, Dr. Monte Stewart, for a warm welcome. And of course, thank you, Stewie the Duck. You guys, the kids just went wild when they saw Stewie the Duck. And so I told them, I said, you have to be really, really quiet in order for Stewie the Duck to show up. And so they were quiet during the assembly. And finally, I'd also like to take a moment to recognize that April is Autism Awareness Month, and April 2nd marked World Autism Awareness Day. This is a time to celebrate the unique talents and perspectives of individuals on the autism spectrum and to reaffirm our commitment to creating inclusive and supportive learning environments for all students. In the RUSD, we continue to embrace and uplift the diversity that makes our school stronger. So whether you wore a pin, you wore a blue attire or a bracelet, we are standing and we are recognizing that April is Autism Month, Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Williams.
Hi. Just to continue on the Autism Acceptance Week and the Acceptance Month, I really just want to mention how awesome it is for today's wearing blue. It's to reaffirm our commitment to fostering a world where every individual, regardless of how they think, learn, or communicate, is valued and supported. Not sure if you're aware, but a lot of us probably have autism markers, but unless you have a certain amount, you wouldn't be diagnosed. So when we talk about those who have been diagnosed, we're all just, we're all individuals. We all have our different way of thinking. So if you think like, oh, I don't know anyone with autism, this isn't relevant to me. It's just really important to understand that this is just a different way of thinking. Our minds all work in their unique way. And so I just think it's awesome that we are recognizing Autism Acceptance Week in such a cool fashion. I also want to congratulate Ricardo Carlos, Edith Torres Ortiz, and Matthew Peters for their Distinguished Citizens of the Year Award for the Vernon Bragg Senior Rialto Toastmaster Club. They're being honored tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'll be there, but please know that I'm very proud of you all. Also, just want to note that we have a lot of really good things going on in Rialto USD, and we're constantly evolving. And I'm really excited about the future of the district. We're retooling and refining constantly. It's never going to be perfect, and generally nothing will be permanent. But it's important that we keep sharing ideas on how to make things better. I'm not sure who needs to hear this today, but I also want to say that everything we do today matters. You might not see the effect right away, but the effects will eventually surface. So we have to make sure that we do as much good now, no matter how insignificant we think an action may be. It matters. And doing even the smallest good matters. Lastly, I want to remind you that if you see something, say something. You could save a life, and also just check in on your loved ones. And don't be afraid to get nosy about their health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Board Member Dominguez.
Thank you, President. Well, I do want to continue the conversation about autism. I am a proud aunt of an autism nephew, and also a new proud aunt of a new niece. She was born yesterday, 6 pounds, 4 ounces. So that's the first girl. I know that everybody knows that I am a boy mom, boy aunt, and now I'm finally a girl aunt. So it's going to be a little different for me. But somebody might ask, like, why do we wear blue for autism? Why not pink? Why not red? Well, blue symbolizes that it's a color of understanding, acceptance, and support. It brings up the light in the day, and by wearing it, it's in solidarity of autism in the community. And it also brings up how they think and how they learn and how they communicate. And when you wear blue for autism, it basically kind of gives you the idea of like, okay, we're standing it together and we're starting in solidarity as everybody has those unique markers. And as a board member Takira says, we all have those markers of autism, but you need to have that certain amount to be diagnosed. I know that a lot of changes have been happening in the district, a lot of things, a lot of noise, a lot of this, a lot of that, but I do want to thank our parents, our students, and our community for their support, for their continuing encouragement. As this board makes every decision based on students, we will continue to thrive and continue to make those decisions based on students. Again, thank you for your support. And I also want to thank and congratulate Ricardo Carlos, Matthew Peters, and Edith Torres as the VP of Vernon Bragg's Toastmasters Public Relations. I am happy to have been a part of the club and a part of setting up this award for them. So I want to congratulate them and thank them for their service to our club. And Toastmasters is a public speaking club that helps perfect your public speaking skills. So when I started, I would say, so now every time that we have a presentation by Mr. Ricardo Carlos, he comes to me to the side and says, Ms. Dominguez, how many did I say? Because he knows that I'm counting. I do like, and you can ask him too. Now, I know that Ms. Christina from CSBA, Christina Acosta from CSCA, came and said that they would like to be a part of the safety plan. I do really agree that they should be. If we're going to be casting a safety plan to our administrators, our teachers, why not be having why not having our CSCA members involved? So we need to train our front staff. You know, if we can avoid it from the get-go, let's avoid it from the get-go. If we can de-escalate at the office, why bring it onto campus? So let's see if we can make those things happen and get them involved in the conversations and have Mr. Mike Medina or Miguel Medina, I'm not sure what he would like to go by, in those conversations so we can cut it right from the start. CAS testing. We are starting CAS testing. I'm getting those text messages. Get your kids ready for CAS testing. Put them to bed early. I see Mrs. Costello's face saying, yes, put them to bed, put them to bed. Put them to bed early. Make sure they have a good breakfast. Make sure they are ready. And constant encouragement. Even if they don't feel ready, it's okay. Make them feel ready. Tell them that they're going to be okay. Keep them calm. I know that walking into taking my NCLEX, I said, I'm not ready. I walked out crying thinking I had failed and I passed. But just keeping calm as a parent, what the best thing to do to work with your teacher is making sure that you have that constant encouragement on your child and let them know that they are the best and to try their best. That tell them that they will be okay and they're going to be great. That's the best thing as a parent that you can do. High schoolers, it is true. Those acceptance letters are coming in. Do not be discouraged. Do not be discouraged if you do not get into the college of your choice. That just means that door is closed, but that doesn't mean that all doors are closed. That just means that a better one is going to open. Remember, I am a graduate of a community college, and I am proud of that. So do not worry if you do not get into the most prestigious college ever. It's not the end of the world. A door will open, and that's going to be the best door for you. So do not get discouraged. You keep your head up high, and you hold it up high because you are a product of Rialto, and you will be the best student in college, and you will be the best person in your life. And Mr. Serna, I really want to hear that macaroni story. So later on, let's connect. And that's all I have for tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Board Clerk Montes.
Thank you, Board President Dr. Lewis. I just also want to welcome here tonight fellow board member from Fontana Unified, Mr. Mar Serna. We also want to recognize him as a colleague of ours here as a school board member with our neighboring district. Also, understand he's a longtime employee of the county Office of Ed. And with him is our former longtime employee, part of the school Rialto family here, Robin MacGyver Brown. I remember. And welcome here. And thank you guys for being here tonight. I want to also congratulate Ivan Manzo on his acceptance and choice to go to UCLA. that means you want to stay close to home. So that's a good thing you chose UCLA because some kids are going out of state and and they get homesick sometimes. So it's good to know you'll be close by and local here going to school. Congratulations. I want to also congratulate Ricardo Carlos, Matthew Peters, Edith Torres Ortiz on their Distinguished Citizens of the Year Award by the Rialto Toastmasters Club. They're going to be holding a special recognition dinner. I believe it's a dinner at the Grace Vargas Senior Center here in town for them tomorrow. And I just want to congratulate them and thank them for all the hard work they do. Unfortunately, I have a previous family commitment, but I did want to take the time out to give them a shout out and recognize them and thank them for all of their hard work. And also especially for everything that they did in helping law enforcement find the two girls that were lost. I don't know if I was supposed to say that or not, but I want to thank you guys for all of your hard work and dedication. And we know that you had a lot to do to make that possible, so thank you. And I also want to thank Dr. Judy White for bringing in the consultants for safety. It's sometimes the board, sometimes the community says, well, what do we need consultants for? We can do things in-house, but sometimes we do need consultants to help with specialized types of training, specialized types of program, specialized types of experience. And with everything that's happened recently, I think right now is definitely a good time to have a fresh pair of eyes come in and take a look and assess our safety program. There's nothing wrong with it. That doesn't mean there's anybody did anything bad. If anything, to offer more training, to offer more experience, to get a different perspective, is always useful, especially when it comes to safety. So thank you for bringing that, Dr. White. And last but not least, Dr. Lewis, pass the word back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And now we're going to go with Vice President Martinez.
Thank you, President Lewis. Let's see how long this voice mine will hold up. Ditto to everything said. That way it saves a little bit of the voice. But special congratulations to all the MESA students, especially the student winners. I'm very proud of you, very proud of our MESA, our CTE programs. Okay, that means I need to get closer to the mic because I had to turn it up. The CTE programs, the STEM programs, all of our computer science programs, I'm very proud of having all those here in the district and always improving. So I wanted to share a story about partnerships with our associations and the public. The one time I've seen it modeled, the district I was in came to the table and basically said, we're going to need your help. We're in the same situation we are this year, monetarily. And what do you think would be appropriate? And they said, well, the usual. Typically, when something like that is asked, it's like, well, if I ask an association, what are you willing to cut to make your, I don't know, let's see, $7 to $10 million shortfall? 70 people, let's say. Okay, so what's 70 people? The typical answer is, that's your job. I'm not going to make recommendations. I get it. But the one time I saw it modeled, it worked very well. CSEA and ACT, that'll give you a clue. They came to the table and said, okay, we're ready to make these concessions under these parameters. And that's what a partnership would look like. So if you're serious, tell me what 70 people or jobs you would want to cut instead of the reading specialists. I would totally agree. We need the reading specialists. But it was either cut this year. If we didn't do the reading specialist, we'd have to do someone else. And if we didn't start this year, it'd be harder next year to meet the budget. And for those who don't know, schools, government agencies have to plan 3 years. So we're good this year, we're good next year, but third year out, we'd have trouble. So we had to make some cuts this year. If we didn't do it this year, well, okay, we'll look at it next year. It'll have to be twice as deep, hurt twice as much or more. So that's just the reality from this side of the table. And I don't expect you to really come up with 70 jobs that you'd want to talk to your people and say, okay, the low-hanging fruit are the ones that no one is in. The next layer of low-hanging fruit would be those who are on probation. And then you start really hurting. And anyway, I don't like making cuts because it messes up students' lives. It messes up teachers' lives, people I know, people I love, the community I love, and I've pledged to serve. And I'll say it again. Whenever Washington or Sacramento has a problem, they say, okay, here's a dollar amount that we're cutting. Rialto Unified, handle it. It's your bad news to convey. Happened to the city as well, in every place in California. So we're not alone. Not that that's any consolation. But things will get better. Next year it'll hurt, but it won't hurt as much. 3 years out, when we make it, promise you, good times come back. There's always that business cycle. So I'm with you whether you believe it or not. Love you all. Madam President.
All right, thank you. Well, in the spirit of Toastmasters, board members will limit their speech to 2 minutes and we'll have a timekeeper. Everybody's quiet, okay?
5 to 7. 5 to 7. 5 to 7.
So, yeah, you say I listened to my my partner in crime. He's a timekeeper for the Brax Toastmaster Online, and he was raised in Germany. So he practiced German every time, the military brat. Every time someone speaks German, he just throws it out there, you know. And I'm like, what is that? He's like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. So it's that ability to connect with that language. And, you know, he did not come back to, and this area is really have a lot of German because you have a lot of Norton Air Force Base and a lot of military around here, and their kids grew up. So I just really say I do diagnostics for autism at the High Risk Infant Clinic. I treat, I screen. That's part of my repertoire for developmental. And so I know the strength. I mean, we can diagnose this as young as you start seeing it at 12. And being a parent of someone who did not speak until they were 3 years old, they always kept trying to throw autism and did not read at grade level till 8th grade. And so really, when he would go to the library and, you know, pick out that Harry Potter book, I'm like, really? You know, the teacher tried to say, pick out these with this color, but he was determined. And the day that he made the big milestone, because you're not illiterate if you can read at least at the 3rd grade level. And I just cried. I said, he will never be illiterate because he can read at 3rd level. And then he blossomed. But it was with a lot of therapy, training, practice, and the specialists. And, you know, kids can memorize and you think they're reading until the book gets too much longer or the comprehension. So, you know, I don't give up, and there will be a way, and we will take, go back over it and go back over if we have to shake it. I don't give up because what you don't know. My daughter was missing for 3 years. 3 years. You never want to think that they're going to be in the milk cartons. I work with Rialto PD. I flew back and forth to New York. But I did not give up hope. And I found her. So it can happen to anyone. Not only kids go missing, adults go missing, elderly go missing. My mother-in-law go missing, and we have to find her sometimes. Or she'll drive somewhere, and we're like, how did you get here? She said, I don't know. So there's never a period in your life where you're not vulnerable. So this is a story that they have to share. The ability to never give up. The ability to look deep. The ability to find a way, because without hope, there's nothing. So I'll come in here to these long meetings and might get a lead and on a plane to New York. Come back, do it over again. And when we finally caught her and was able to get her, Rialto PD celebrated. I never met the missing person in person because I would go and try to say thank you and she was out. But we would call and she would check a lead. And she said, do you know that's 1 in a million, especially in a city as big as New York? So I don't give up on people. I don't give up on students. I don't give up on programs. So, don't be dismayed. They will be a way, because education is what we do. Education is the lifeline. It might have to look deep or change or something, but reading is the foundation, is the core. We do a lot of stuff here. And at the PTA meeting, it was great, but the food services and the young people serving their culinary was even outstanding. And so, autism, cerebral palsy, just thinking that you're typical until you're not. It's all of us. Everyone have a story. Everyone have a situation. Every teacher have a story. Every staff, every budget has, it's a hidden story in that budget. And if we say we're going to do it and we're going to find it, we can do it. We can do it. We can find it. I was looking at foundations. Just who gives money for this? Who gives money for that? If one rock you turn over is a blank, you turn over 5 more. So I'm a hopeful person. And I believe that's my 2 minutes. So let's get on with this. And thank you for listening. But I really felt that I really needed to share this story of don't give up. We're here. We're working more with you than more than you know. And so we try to write those letters. We try to respond, but we're still searching and looking. And so as I found my daughter, which 1 in a million, and my son is about to graduate, and he can read at level and talk and walk and frustrations and, all that. He lived to 2021, and he's going to thrive too. I know that this district will thrive. We will reach that height, but we will give people the benefit of the doubt. And I just want to really say a shout out to my colleagues on the board, because I've seen a difference today. And I just want to say thank you for us just saying, hey, Let's reel this in because education, public education, is the thing that's going to be trying to be pulled. But if we bound together, we don't know how it would look. We're speaking German, sign language, you know, a little French. That's what I learned because the movies were better in the food restaurants in Alabama. I'll take French, you know. No, shadow, very shadow at that point in 7th and 8th grade. But the marketing, getting the middle schools to sort of embrace that German language and things like that, and working with that outstanding. I read those letters, you know, your heart. We read those letters. We did read those letters, right? I try to reply, but after a day, my eyes are burning. You know, I'm like, I can't type right now. But we're going to move forward. Don't give up. For each child that we save, for each IEP that we improve, we need to hear where we can improve. We need to hear, I applaud the teachers for coming up and saying, you know, this is the progress we have to make. Stand up for your program, right? Stand up for these children. You're the voice, you're in the classroom, you know the progress, and we know the core, but it doesn't bother us, it doesn't bother me, because I don't give up. Well, as long as I'm breathing, there's a chance, and I'm pretty much, 62 years old, it's nothing I haven't seen, but it's a lot of places I want to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Board President Lewis. We're moving on to our agenda. We start with public hearing, public information, D1.1, second quarter Williams report, October through December, fiscal year 2024-2025 can be found on page 55. D1.2, second quarter 2024-2025, Williams Uniform Complaint Report found on page 57. We open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
Motion to open public hearing.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Time is 9:31.
California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, Initial Contract Successor Proposal for the 25-26 school year. Pursuant to the requirements of Government Code and Board Policy, the attached Initial Contract Successor Proposal for the 2025-26 school year submitted by the California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, for an agreement between Rialto Unified School District Board of Education and the California School Employees Association is hereby posted in compliance with legislative requirement for public notice. Close public hearing.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
If there's nobody that's going to speak,
Okay, and vote by board members to close. All in favor say aye.
aye.
Time is 9:32. We open public hearing again. Any person wishing to speak on an item of the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Vote by board members to open public hearing.
Yeah, I believe Board Member Dominguez.
No, did we just gonna say
She was
aye?
the first, and then I was the second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, time 9.
9:32.
Still 9:32.
2025-26 initial contract proposal to Rialto Education Association. Pursuant to the requirements of Government Code and Board Policy, the attached initial reopener proposal for the 25-26 school year submitted by the Rialto Unified School District for an agreement between the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education and the Rialto Education Association is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice.
Okay, motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Time is 9:33. We move on to consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by the Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action.
Can we have a motion? Any pulls?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, what are your pulls?
E36 and E316.
You want to pull it?
Yes.
3-6.
I make a motion that we approve all consent calendar items with the exception of E 3.6 and E 3.1, is it 3.1.6?
3.16.
Uh-huh.
And E what?
E316.
So E 3.6 and E 3.16.
16. Okay, so let's go ahead. We have a first and second with those with the new motion amendment.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so vote by Williams,
Aye.
Dominguez, Board Member Dominguez,
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez, Vice
Aye.
President, and
Aye.
I. Okay, now let's go back to
3.6.
E3.6. Approve a renewal agreement with Maribel Cullen. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and now we're ready. Go ahead and read it and be ready for the question.
Okay. Provide 6 cohorts of parents with various parent-family programs in Spanish at the district level. Each cohort will consist of a maximum of 30 parents of English learners, effective July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, at a cost not to exceed $27,000 and to be paid from the General Fund Title III.
Okay, so we'll take your question, Board Member Williams.
Hi, Miss Madrina. You gonna? Okay. So our background mentions that more than 100 parents were recognized for completing at least one class during the 2024-2025 school year. When it says one class, did it mean just like 1 week of the 7-week session, or it meant like the whole course that?
It meant the whole course.
Okay, all 7 sessions. So at least
Yes.
100 parents finish every, okay.
Well, they finished between 4 and 7. So
Okay.
we recognized all of the ones that attended a majority of the
Okay.
classes.
Okay, and 100 did that. Okay. And then how many total parents took the class? Around about.
About 100.
Okay.
Yes. So there were 4 different cohorts, and each one had at least 25 parents enrolled. Some of them had more than 25, so we were able to take up to 36. So there were between 25 and 36 parents in each one of the cohorts.
Okay. Were there so I assume there were some surveys sent out afterwards so that we would know it mentioned that they were very satisfied with the program.
Yes, well, we have, when we do the graduation, they do testimonials, and so during that time, we have several parents that speak, at least 6 at each one of the, for each one of the levels, and at each one of the graduations. And then we've had many parents that have requested for us to bring the program back and actually expand it.
Okay. My only concern is that there may be some parents that might not be able to make it during the day, and so I would just, ask in the future if we could consider some times for when people are after work to participate in the program. I know that's probably not in the works for right now, but I'm not sure if there's a way to get out a survey to say, like, hey, are there some times that'll work better? Do you feel like you would be able to collaborate if we did this virtually?
We can certainly do that.
Okay, awesome. It sounds like a really wonderful course.
Anyone else have any questions?
I just want to add that I've been to the graduations and the testimonials are very powerful, and also to mention there's actually dads that actually are a part of this class and have done the testimonials. So seeing a Hispanic dad being a part of a child's life, it's very powerful and very impactful to see that, because it's not as common, since usually moms are usually the ones that are in the schools the most and also doing most of the work. So it's very impactful to see the male figure in there taking these classes and leading the way and paving the way for our young males. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further question or discussion? Okay. All right, Board Member Williams?
Yes.
Okay. Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Okay, Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye. Okay, then next we're going to
3.16, approve parents to attend California Association for Bilingual Education, CABE, one-day regional conference. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Approve registration fees, including lunch and transportation costs for 100 Rialto Unified School District parents, guardians to attend the CABE Regional One-Day Conference for parents at the Riverside Convention Center on May 6, 2025, at a cost not to exceed $24,000 and to be paid from the General Fund Title III.
Okay, we're going to start with Board Member Dominguez. Do you have a question?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I have a
Okay,
question.
Board Member Williams?
Have the parents already been chosen that are going to go to this conference?
No, we don't advertise for any event until it's approved.
Okay. And will the DLI parents also be,
Invited to attend?
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so we'll be announcing this one-day regional conference at our DLAC meeting this Friday. And then we have a dual language immersion parent committee meeting on Monday.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I have a question, if I may. Dr. Madrid, so what is the process, or what is the, how do parents usually go, for parents that want to know, who do they contact, or where do they go to register or enroll for the annual CABE conference?
So this is different from the annual CABE conference. The annual CABE conference is over a period of 4 to 5 days,
Well,
depending.
for either one.
Well, for the annual conference, we haven't had very, good results in the past because it's difficult for parents to get away from home for a period of 4 days. So this is the conference. This one here is the one that we really concentrate on. In order for parents to attend this conference, we first announce the conference at our DLAC meeting. And we have a flyer where the parents can go ahead and sign up through a QR code. And then from there, all of the parents that come to DLAC are representatives of their schools. So the expectation is that they will take back the information and they will go ahead and share it with their ELAC committee at the school site. And from there, that's how we get parents to attend. In addition to that, we also share the information with all of the school site administrators. And we also share the information with our site English learner facilitators, who are teachers at the school sites that make that connection between multilingual programs and parents at the site.
Okay, you have another question,
I
Board
do.
Member Williams?
You too.
I'm not sure if I completely caught it earlier, but when parents were mentioning the other CABE conference, it seemed like they wanted a sense of knowing who was their representative of Rialto USD. So I just wanted to ask that some kind of effort be made to just kind of pull them together at some point to make them so that everyone knows, like, hey, I'm also from Rialto USD, and this is our expectation of you guys when you come to the conference. Just take notes, and maybe we'll debrief, or you send them in, or do a testimonial or something.
Yes. For this particular conference, we do provide a bus. We communicate with all of the families, and we also volunteer at the registration table so that when our families come in, when our parents come in, they do make that connection with someone from Rialto at the
good.
one-day regional.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Yes. I know that CABE is not only for Spanish-speaking parents or just Spanish only. They're Mandarin, German, sign language. They're multilingual. So why are we not opening that up to our high schools that are like the German club, or to those type of parents or those type of students and teachers? They should be also allowed to be able to come.
This particular conference, that's on the agenda for this evening is for paraprofessionals, parents, and teachers, as well as they do have some sessions for administrators. So they don't have any sessions for students. And certainly parents of students that are taking French or German would be good candidates to attend. The money that we are using is Title III federal funding, which is specifically for parents of English learners and for parents that have students that are participating in multilingual programs.
Okay, well, in the future, are we using what title funds are we using for the 3-day regional? Maybe we can send the kids for German to Cabe since they're multilingual.
That money is also Title III money, but our schools receive LCFF money.
Okay.
So that money is more flexible.
Okay, so
they can use that.
Yeah, so we can look into something like that for next year.
Okay, well, we're going to close this discussion, get ready for the vote. Board Member Williams?
Thank you, Dr. Madrid.
Thank you, Dr. Madrid.
Thank you. Aye.
Okay, Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, we move on to discussion action items. Item F1, award bid number 2425005 for box truck, boom truck, safety SUVs, and electrical trucks, district vehicles to PFVT Motors LLC, doing business as Peoria, Ford, and Mountain View Chevrolet.
So move.
Second?
Award bid number 2425005 for district vehicles to PFVT Motors LLC, doing business as Peoria, Ford, and Mountain View Chevrolet at an initial estimated cost of $1,429,688.87, and additional purchases could be made as needed under the awarded price structure at the time of purchase and to be paid from the general fund various accounts.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F2, award bid number 2425004 for baseball field upgrades to Corner Keystone Construction Corporation. Motion?
So move.
Second?
In the award for bid number 2425004 for baseball field upgrades, the district I rejects the bid submitted by Abigail Electric Incorporated and Seiko Incorporated because each bidder failed to comply with the pre-qualification requirement. Award the contract to Corner Keystone Construction Corporation for a total cost of $2,747,470, which includes a $249,770 allowance for unforeseen conditions and to be paid from the general fund routine repair maintenance account.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, we have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F3, approve an amendment to the agreement with California Adult Education Program. Motion?
So move.
Second?
Approve an amendment for a one-time CAEP supplemental payment of $235,000 from the Inland Adult Education Consortium administered through the San Bernardino County Community College District effective February 28, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 at no cost to the district.
Any questions or discussion? Hear none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Moving on to item F4, approve an amendment to the agreement with Professional Tutors of America. Motion?
So move.
Second?
Approve the cost increase of the original agreement of $20,000 by an additional $45,000 effective April 10, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 for a total cost not to exceed $65,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. We have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F5, approve an amendment to the agreement with the University of California, Riverside for the bilingual authorization program.
So move.
Second.
Approve a correction to the renewal agreement with the University of California at Riverside University Extension Professional Studies for the 24-25 and 25-26 academic years to provide 10 to 25 teachers with the bilingual authorization program effective March 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $66,400 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussions? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F6, approve an amendment to the agreement with Wood Spring Suites doing business as Cape Town Hotel.
So move.
Second.
Approve the cost increase of the original agreement of $225,000 by an additional $79,200 effective April 10, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 for a total cost not to exceed $304,200 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, Vice President Martinez?
I know we discussed this,
I remember.
8 months ago, roughly, 6 months ago. My position at the time is if you came back for more money, I could not pass it. Knowing what our struggles with the budget are currently, this is 3 teachers. It's 4, 5, maybe even 6 classifieds. So it's hard for me to give more, considering we've discussed it before to that level. And here we are. So that's it.
Any further questions or discussion? There's more families.
I understand that.
That's just my discussion.
Yeah, that's-
There's more families, and in this climate of the unhoused situation, I know there will be a cap, and
Thought that was last time.
well, you
I
know,
think we put a cap on it last time.
I said there will be
Yeah.
a time where there'll be a cap, but during these times, you know, more and more people, and this is, you know, we have staff and people who have kids in the district who have utilized this services. So the confidentiality, and, you know, that we have it to do for this.
Let me ask a question that may change my mind. What is the longest any family or person has been housed?
There we go.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Lewis, Acting Superintendent Dr. White. And again, we've had families stay as long as 3 months, and we had them run the data. And so what we see is there was a spike in October, then after the holidays, another spike in need for our families.
Not only that, it got cold.
That too.
Okay, are we capped at 90 days?
In most cases, yes. There are certain situations where we do have families who have a greater need, and we look at those at a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so 90 days is not the longest stay.
So this school year, we've only had 2 families who have gone beyond the 3 months.
And how long was that?
And so for those families there, it was the 3 months and then an additional month.
So a total of 4 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any further questions?
And these are homeless families?
Yes. With children.
In our district?
Yes.
You know, the number one cause of bankruptcy is a medical condition, car accident, or things like that that just sort of came out of
Surgery.
nowhere, and the pride of not asking, and it just tumble. And I think this is not a hotel to no world. That's why we added the case management to help secure them. But a lot of times they come over your phone, and I say if they're in a district, and I really appreciate the confidentiality that you have for the students and the privacy that they're there. So further discussions or questions?
I just have a question. Are we partnering up with the city to help parents, like help them get back on their feet with jobs, services and things like that?
So we do have several wraparound services that support the families, and they look for additional housing for the families. Sometimes families will opt out if the housing is, say, too far. So we've had some housing, say, in the Victorville area, but families want to stay in this area here. And so there's also additional resources that will be given to the families once they find permanent housing as well.
Okay, are we also helping them with like job placement? Or?
So again, that's one of the wraparound services in which we have phenomenal staff members, our McKinney-Vento liaisons, who also work with the county to provide those additional services as well.
Okay, I'm not sure if it would be qualified. Can we look into see if they would qualify for any district openings or?
We can look into that.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a misnomer, because a lot of people work every day and have a job, and they
That's
just
true.
get
That's true.
unhoused. If you go to Frisbee Park, you can see how they have the little situation, and they get dressed and go to work every day. And so, there's all different levels of this, and I'm glad we sort of taken that with might not always be, but the way our climate is,
Agreed.
but by the grace.
Everything's expensive.
So we're ready for the vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F7, approve a renewal agreement with Legends of Learning. Motion.
So move.
Second.
Provide a math fluency program to all elementary schools effective August 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $60,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion?
All I have to say is whoever brought this to the district, you guys are smart because this is all I hear at home. Legends of Learning, Mom, I passed this level. I did this. I did that. I got this once. Okay, guys, okay. So the kids love this. The kids love this, and they're learning. So thank you, guys.
Great feedback. Any other questions? Okay, we're ready for the vote. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F8, approve a renewal agreement with Curriculum and Associates LLC.
So move.
Second.
Approve a renewal agreement with Curriculum and Associates LLC to support the effective monitoring of approximately 4,500 English learners through the Elevation platform effective July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026 at a cost not to exceed $68,625 and to be paid from the general fund Title I.
Any questions or discussion? Okay, we have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F9, approve an agreement with Pre-Solve Summer Enrichment Curriculum Material.
So move.
Second.
Provide the Quest curriculum for all 19 elementary schools and 5 middle schools effective June 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $81,137.50 and to be paid from the general fund ELOP account.
Any questions or discussion on this item? Okay, Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F10, approve an agreement with Sen Educate. Motion.
So move.
Second.
Provide special education and related services to ensure compliance mandates effective April 10, 2025 through June 30th, 2025 at a cost not to exceed $150,000 and to be paid from the general fund.
Any questions or discussion? Okay. Have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F11, authorize the use of an intergovernmental contract for the purchase of products, software, and related services. Motion?
So
Make a
moved.
motion.
Second.
Approve the use of California Multiple Award Schedule number 32304-1003 from SHI International Corporation at an initial estimated cost of $45,000 and additional purchases with a cost to be determined at the time of purchase and to be paid from various funds.
Any questions or discussions? Have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F12, adopt resolution number 242547, authorizing temporary borrowing between funds of the school district.
So move.
Second.
Questions or discussion? Have none. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Item F13, adopt resolution number 242548, approving selection of consultant firms, form of agreement for consultant services related to community healing, restorative justice practices, and trauma-informed instruction services and related actions by the district.
So move.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
I didn't see that there was a timeline for, I'm not saying that we need to have a timeline on this, but I didn't see a timeline on here if we were to need any additional services, and how are we going to reassess if we needed more time with this consulting firm for the healing process?
Well, it's not just one, right? It's multiple.
It's multiple, I thought it was just one, because I thought,
No.
Good evening, Board. My name is Ricardo Salazar. I'm the agent of purchasing services. And to answer Board Member Dominguez's question, the way that we set up the initial award in the contract is for 1 year. It's to start services
Okay.
effective tomorrow, all the way through June 30th, 2026. At the direction of Dr. White, we are also establishing a performance matrix to ensure that we assess the services that are provided by the consultant and ensure that they're effective, and we want to continue services.
okay, and then this is going to be provided during, over the summer break, during summer school, and since I know we're going into summer as well.
Yes, the first action is to award the contracts, and then a subsequent plan after we meet with all of the consultants that are awarded to implement services will take place. So if the board does approve it tonight, those conversations will start tomorrow.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any further questions?
I had a question about the contracts, but we're just talking about the resolution right now.
Yes.
Okay. I'm fine with the resolution.
Okay. All right. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Aye.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
Okay, moving on to item F14, deny liability claim number 242518. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Do we have a vote?
Okay. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Abstain.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
And aye.
F15, deny liability claim number 242520.
So move.
Second.
Okay. Vote by Board Member. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez?
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez?
Abstain.
Vice President Martinez?
Aye.
and I.
Item F16, administrative hearings. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Case numbers 242549, 242553, 242557.
Okay. Vote by Board Member Williams.
I need to see what those ones were. No, I vote was one. Oh, aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And I.
Item F17, stipulated expulsions. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Case numbers 242554, 242556, and 242561.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And I.
F18, expulsions, reinstatement. Motion?
So move.
Second.
Case number 242535.
Board Member Williams.
What is an aye vote for this one? What is the motion?
To recommend.
Two.
Close
Okay.
session.
Aye.
Okay. Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And I.
Item F19, discussion of rubric components for evaluation of superintendent search firms.
So move.
Second.
The governing board requested proposals from superintendent search firms to assist in the recruitment and selection of a new superintendent. The governing board will discuss the components of the rubric for the evaluation of superintendent search firms, which will inform the board in the selection of firms to interview.
Okay. Roll call. Board Member Williams.
Aye.
Board Member Dominguez.
Aye.
Board Clerk Montez.
Aye.
Vice President Martinez.
Aye.
And I. Okay. Tonight, we have Mr. Jesse Angel, two daughters in the audience. We're going to have a moment of silence. Mr. Jesse Angel, a retired Unified School District teacher, coach, and mentor. Mr. Angel passed away on March 30th, 2025 at the age of 75 in the city of Fontana. A United States Navy veteran, Mr. Angel began teaching at Rialto USD at the Kolb Junior High. Mr. Angel transferred to Frisbee Junior High School in 2007, retiring in 2010 after a decorated 29 years in education, inspiring thousands of students. Mr. Angel's two daughters, Michelle Rosie and Ashley Angel, are educators in the Rialto Unified School District. Our condolences to them and the entire Angel family. Can we have you to stand so they can see that you're here? Can you just come up so they can sort of see? Our hearts go out to you. Losing a father, losing a loved one is so hard. And thank you for your service that you do in the district and continue his legacy. And we're going to.
Would you like to say something?
No, I hadn't planned on that. Through our dad's passing, we have learned how many, or the impact he's had on so many. I don't think we realized how many he reached, and how far it went. Up until his passing, he was actually still coaching and still working with athletes.
So his Okay, so memorial service will be held on May 10th at 11 a.m. at Calvary Chapel of the High Desert, located at 14740 Eucalyptus Street in Hesperia. So please join us all for a moment of silence. Thank you for coming. Sorry, next. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on April 23rd, 2025 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Motion?
So move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Time is 10:09.